I feel like they. Well, I don't know. Maybe people want an explainer. I wanted an explainer, but I also don't know things.
Yeah, I did. I should have recorded. I should have recorded the explainer. I just kind of forgot about it with all of our making sure our technical things were sorted out. If you want an explainer of how the game works, go watch the other one. I think I do a brief overview, or you'll pick it up and play, or you'll watch a next Friday session in which I'll go through all of this again, and I'm gonna go through all of it again and again and again because I'm sure I'm always gonna have somebody new at the table for a while anyway. Yeah, as an example, so one of the big changes, if you're not familiar with this style of game, or if you're more familiar with like D&D and not the narrative ones, is that in this style of game, when I describe a scene and you say what you want to do, I don't tell you, okay, cool, now roll skirmish. You'll say, I want to do this thing, and I'll say, if you don't tell me, which of your action ratings are you going to use to do that thing? And then I will tell you how effective I think it would be based on the narrative, and then you'll roll dice. So we'll take Momo.
Hello.
Let's assume that I've described a scene that you go, yeah, I want to blow that scene up. So you'll be like, okay, I'm gonna use Wreck, because Wreck's the skill that is blowing things up. And then you'll click the word Wreck on your character sheet, and it'll give you a little box. And you've rolled a critical.
Did I go too?
You did
Did
go.
I
You
go
went
too
through it
far?
a little fast, but that's okay. So when you do that, it pulls up a little box with a position and effect. If I don't tell you otherwise, typically the position's going to be risky. The effect will be standard. That's just like your default baseline, no extraneous circumstances. It shows you the number of dice you're going to roll. Based on how many dots you have, you can change that number if you get special bonuses, which we'll talk about as they become relevant. The most basic one is you can spend 2 stress points to give yourself an extra die or give yourself extra effect. Also, a little reference sheet with all of this stuff is in the player kit tab, which I may need to make everybody an observer again. Does everybody see in the little book icon that says journal, do you see a thing called player kit?
Yeah.
Sure do.
Yep. Okay, cool. And there's a little reference sheet that goes over a lot of what I'm talking about now. If you're someone that needs to, has a visual instead of listening to things, or if you want to remind yourself of all this nonsense that I'm saying at you later. And then you roll just like Momo did, and Momo got a critical success. So the way that this game works is 1 to 3 is failure, 4 and a 5 is a partial success, so you get what you wanted but something bad happens, and 6 is a full success, and on a roll where you are doing 2 or more dice, that's not a 0 dice roll, which we'll talk about if somebody does one, you get a critical, which gives you extra effect. So in this case, Momo has blown up everybody, all of the enemies. Congrats, you can all go home. Good job, Momo.
It's closed.
So that's the basic overview of how the game works. There's other special rules that will come up kind of as we go to play. I'll kind of be like, hey guys, here's a situation where you could do blah blah blah. But yeah, with that, we'll go ahead and go to our city.
Rain, I'm still extremely confused with how to set all of this up.
So you've clicked the little buttons.
I think so. Most of them.
Let me take a look at your sheet.
I've clicked some of them at least.
Okay. So you're missing a heritage, where your character's from.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep. And you
I did
picked
not
a
see
weird
that one.
vice. Your background is
Sure
trade. You're a paranormalist. At some point, did you flamboyant, eccentric, spiritual? Okay, let me grab that.
I need to figure out what the heritage actually means so I can pick them.
So you're flamboyant and eccentric.
Portal. Whoa. Fancy. What?
And you're spiritual.
Yeah.
There you go.
I have a question about my vice.
Yep.
Which is faith, which is a very interesting concept. It has 4 bullet points. Are these 4 options?
Yes.
Or
so those are the different people that you can go to basically satisfy your faith vice after missions.
got it. Okay.
And then your character also in the notes tab, has the basically bad things that happen to them during their time in service. They have nightmares. And the thing specifically that helps them feel better about it is they go to confession with Preceptor Alto in the Centurion Grand Cathedral in Brightstone. So that's whether or not he goes there all of the time for his just general vicing is up to you. But at some point or another, he does end up going talking to Preceptor Aldo specifically to deal with his time in war.
Cool.
And then, so you gotta pick a heritage pancake. You've got to pick a special ability, and then you'll need to assign 4 dots into any of your skills, as so long as no single skill goes above 2 dots.
4 more dots?
Correct. So you'll have a total of
On
7.
the one side. Okay.
Wait, did you say we'll have 7 dots?
The hull has a slightly different number. It's either 6 or 8. Like, and then the
Okay,
veteran has
6.
extra as well. I think the veteran has 8, but the veteran also starts off with one of their keys deadlocked, so they're closer to criminal retirement.
Yeah. I don't know if I missed anything. I have 6.
I think the hull starts off with 6.
Oh, the heritage is
Momo.
they-
Actually,
I
20.
they all I don't understand.
So where do you want your character to be from? Akaros, if you hover over each of them, it shows you some general information about them. So
I feel like
where do you want them to be from? Akaros is this current place that we're in. That's the country of the city of Dustwall.
okay.
So if you want to be a local,
That
you can pick that one.
That probably makes sense. That I feel like that makes sense. We'll do that. Okay.
And then you've got to pick an ability. And you have a loyal resonance echo, which
Pancake's heritage is to provide an easy, wholesome breakfast for families. Thank you.
That's true.
Alright, thank
That's
you.
true, thank you. Let's see, you have a
True.
resonance
That's
echo.
true.
This is an expert paranormal assistant.
Ooh. I feel like I want medium because that's what I was talking about earlier. Echo projection is also extremely good.
So, with your loyal resonance entity, are they a non-human entity or are they a human entity?
Oh, it's absolutely not a person. I want it to be like a weird spectral, like a broken mirror that, like, the shards of it follow me around and show me weird bullshit.
Okay. And then for a positive thing about your mirror shards, are they fearsome, independent, loyal, or tenacious?
What does tenacious mean again?
They refuse to stay down, like Aldrich in our tabletop game.
Yes, I think tenacious mirror shards is
Okay.
entertaining.
And then for a flaw, are they principled, savage, unreliable, or wild?
I think they're wild, or either unreliable or wild sounds good to me. Wild would be more like they are like doing their own thing.
Yeah,
Or, like-
wild is like they're likely to just kind of have their own whims that they try to accomplish. Unreliable is like when you try to have a Pokemon do a special move and you don't have enough gym badges. Sometimes it just doesn't. Sometimes it'd be like, I'm not gonna. Sorry about that.
I think wild then, because I think it's interesting if it goes off and does, its own thing.
All right, cool. What do you call these shards? What's their name to you?
That's a good name.
Yeah, that's solid. Pancake. It's not quite
Waffle.
pancake.
It's
It's creative.
I think
Coruscant. It's a different.
The placeholder I've given you is Shard Harazard instead of Scheherazade.
Nice.
Incredible.
So-
I will ponder. I will ponder. It's gonna be like a random person's name. I'm gonna talk about it like a person. It's just gonna be. It's gonna be Lauren. It's Lauren.
Okay, Lauren the broken mirror
Love.
monster thing.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so Lauren is there. Lauren basically
Evil
is like an
pancake.
NPC that if there's a situation that is relevant to them being an expert paranormal assistant, they get bonuses to rolling. Otherwise, they just kind of roll at tier 0 because they're not really good at doing anything that a paranormal assistant, broken glass, shard mirror, wouldn't be able to be an expert at. All right, so you've got your ability. You can communicate with things. Cool. And you're basically
And then I
done.
just need to adjust my points.
Yeah, assign 4
Assign
more
more.
dots across your skills. And yeah, only other thing that I guess that's relevant for now is inventory. If you've played other games where it's like, oh, before we go out on an adventure, I need to pick my inventory. You don't do that here. You'll decide whether you guys want to go quiet or loud, basically, and then that will tell you how many inventory points you have. And at any point during the mission, you can just pull out an item, and then you have that many fewer inventory points. And it's just assumed your character had that on them the whole time, because this game wants you to be reactive rather than trying to be proactive and making a bunch of choices that actually don't matter.
So because I've been assigned quiet, I can't have a dog. This is evil.
Well, so quiet gives you 3 slots, loud gives you 6 slots. It's going to tell you that you're still quiet if you have 4. It's because the base system, that's how it works. And I asked the developer if there was an easy way to change it from 3 to 4, and he said no. So it's just a thing to keep in your noggin that you're quiet from 0 to 3, loud from 4 to 6.
I see. So I can give myself a dog, is what I'm hearing.
That's true. I think the dog also, I don't remember how many points the dog is even worth. It's actually it's load out
It
0,
just says I
think.
start the playbook cohort with a loyal and clever pet, and I'm like, yeah.
I think the
give me my
dog is actually worth 0 points, so yeah, you can have the dog for free. If something is worth 0 points, then it's worth 0 points, and you can just have it whenever you want.
And I also want Pine's dog.
I also want Pine's dog.
Give me my dog, Ryan, please.
So, used to, it would tell you before you added it to your sheet how many points it was worth, and then they did an update that visually looks a lot prettier, but no longer shows you that information until you actually add it to your sheet. But if you add it and decide, yeah, I don't want that, that's not worth the points, you can just click the little trash icon, and it'll take it off your sheet.
So it does not allow me to add anything. It does say that I am not allowed to do that.
What? Okay, we'll try it again, and then let me see what pop-up happens on your screen. Or Landon's sharing your screen. Can you try to add something to your sheet? Tell me what happens.
Yeah, from the player kit? Or...
Open up your character sheet,
Mm-hmm.
and then go to your loadout tab, and then try to add something.
Uh-huh.
I'll just send you a picture of the error message.
Yep. Let me go to my class though.
Exploration to
Let's see.
create
Oh,
an
actually,
actor. Okay. Let's see.
oh, Hull isn't in here. Oh yeah, I can't add anything.
Let's see. Configure permissions. If I give players the ability to create items. And then we're going to reload Foundry.
Quiet.
How about now?
1, 2.
Nope.
Now why?
It doesn't want me to have a dog. This is evil.
It doesn't want you to have a dog.
It doesn't want me to have your dog either.
Well, I hope that you, when
Landon,
you can add my
try
dog,
now.
that you appreciate my basset
Okay.
hound named Columbo.
Maybe if I click add item instead.
Okay, that's what
Oh,
it was. Is
it's
that
okay.
I did not actually assign ownership permissions
Okay.
to these character sheets. So let me go to Pine, owner, Silas, configure ownership, winter, owner, Sienna, configure.
That worked.
Momo,
I got got a fucking dog.
And then Momo, if you still don't know where that tab is, it's the loadout tab.
I found it. I
Okay,
just
cool.
don't know.
So the 0
It says
out of
I can
quiet
0.
means that that's the current number of points your items are taking up. So if you add something to it that is more than 0 points, that number will change. So if I like, if I give you an electro blade, you see now you have 2 out of quiet.
Okay.
All right. I had
Somebody
to.
of the
I
hound
changed the
items are
flavor
0.
text too. I did put your dog in my loadout.
Pine's dog.
Yeah.
Amazing.
The flavor text just says it's Pine's dog.
Everybody has Pine's dog. All right. So now I think that's all of our character sheet stuff dealt with.
Oh, do I need to add my resonance entity to my items?
So there's no way for it to show up on your sheet. So it's gonna be on the crew
I
sheet.
have a. If I add item, I can add my entity.
Where does it show on your sheet?
That's a good question. Let me try it. It shows in my loadout.
Okay. That's gonna be way easier. I don't know why that wasn't working for me earlier. Here, let me test. Let's pull up Emma. If I add Austin.
What else costs
Okay,
0?
I see. So it's giving you it's making an item, but that is not a cohort. So you can have that in your loadout to remind you that that is a thing that exists,
I know-
but its
I know
full
that
sheet
0.
is accessible
Just
from the
rename
crew
that.
sheet.
Okay.
All right. Pancake, did you assign your dots?
I think so. I'm supposed to have 7, right?
Yes. All right. Looks like we're good there. Cool. All right. So everybody's
And your
dots.
character's
Okay.
name is Pop Pop, right?
Yeah, Archibald
Right.
Pop Pop last name.
Awesome. I am allowed to. One of the hound's items is just a hip flask of the good stuff, which I have just renamed to Pop Pop Special Juice.
I see. I also have Rafa in my loadout.
That's good.
So, so if I ever need him,
If you
he's
ever
there.
need him, he's there.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we get to do this fun part that I'm very excited for. That I was sad regular Blades never had. So we're gonna start with Landon, since Landon knows his character the best. Pop Pop left you and Joe's character like basically a dossier that's like, hey, here's the stuff you need to know about this modern world that you've been pulled to on a whim. Good luck. So if there's something that basically you're like, should my character know this? We'll be like, yeah, sure, possibly. But they know all of the general setting information that I outlined in the channel.
Okay.
And then they'll also, probably we'll get to a place where somebody will be like, hey, Pop Pop. And you'll be like, wait, should I know this person? And be like, yeah, they were in the dossier. Or, no, Pop Pop, cooler. Pop Pop forgot them, I guess. Whoops.
Okay.
So, questions. After crew creation and character creation, your group can run through the background questions together, take turns introducing your characters, and then take turns asking the group one of the following questions. So, Landon, your questions are on page 47 of the PDF, 37 of the book. Go ahead and tell everyone what Pop Pop's like, and then pick one of those questions that anyone can answer.
Hold on. Is that the thing you have the PDF of in here?
Yes. The one that
Okay.
the PDF that I sent you last time as well, if you remember where you saved that.
Let me open that again quick.
So that's you'll introduce who Pop Pop is, and then there's a list of bullet point questions. You'll pick one of those, ask it to the group,
Yeah.
and then whoever wants
Okay,
to
so-
answer that can answer it however they please.
Some of this is going to be affected by, I know in this version of Blades, the hull doesn't know their past. Are we putting a spin on that?
So
Or-
basically, Cooler Pop Pop has given you a dossier that's like, hey, you are a robot working for whoever you're working for. Also, by the way, the guy that's supposed to control us, he's dead. So good luck convincing our owning faction that he's not dead, however you're doing that. Because when you showed up here, your noggin was blank, but Pop Pop basically gave you information that he knew. some
Oh
of it.
shit! So I'm just replacing him.
Correct. Yes, you basically would.
Oh, God.
Cooler Pop Pop and you could not exist in the same timeline. So upon him saving y'all's lives and bringing you to the future in order to save the world, he also basically erased himself from all time in the process. But you're now having to take
Oh.
over his position and have all of his baggage. So have fun.
Incredible. Real quick here. The question's 47. Okay.
Yes.
So Pop Pop is Pop Pop really likes cigarettes. Is like one of the most important things. His vice is gambling, and he'll tell you his vice is gambling, but you'll never really see him do it. I think last campaign he gambled one time. It's just a thing. But basically, alcoholic gun for hire. He'll do whatever you give him money to do. He might not do it the best. He probably won't do it the best. But he'll crawl up some walls, and that's pretty cool because he's basically a spider.
And he's also somehow one of the leaders of the gang that your characters find themselves working for.
Yeah, don't know how that happened. It's kind of like a grandfathered in system. So in the old gang, I was just kind of around, and now I'm just kind of one of them that's left. That's, oh gosh, what's his name? Is now 23, I think you
Patchy.
said.
Yeah, Patchy's in
Patchy,
his mid-20s
yeah.
now.
Yeah, I kind of ripped Patchy from the past. And now he's stuck here with us, but I think Patchy's going to be our guiding light, guys, because Archibald Pop Pop last name will not be a lot of help informationally.
So, with that, pick one of those questions and ask it to the group, and then any of you can answer it, be the one that answers that relationship question. This is basically the one that, this gives you a little bit of narrative kind of oomph to start off with between each other.
Yeah. Okay. What's this whimsical guy gonna ask? He's also not as silly as he looks. The original Pop Pop was just a picture from my computer that I had. I was like, this is something.
Yeah.
Okay, so which of you has shown me what's good in life?
I don't think that would be my character. He's too haunted and vengeful to be focused on the good in life.
Not to volunteer you, Pancake, but I feel like the paranormalist makes the most sense
I was-
on that.
Yeah, I was gonna say also, like, the vision I have for Ezra in my mind is that they didn't originally realize that the scams they were doing were actually significantly more legit. So they've gotten really good at getting things from people. So I think I would probably have I'd have some good shit that I've lifted off of people. So
20 cartons of cigarettes. This truly is the
Yeah.
good life.
yeah. I think that's gotta be it.
That's it.
Yeah.
I like it. So, next we'll go down the list to Momo, because Momo's the next alphabetically. So, same deal, Momo. On the PDF, page 79 of the PDF, or 69 of the book, using the numbers in the corner. Go ahead and introduce Sienna Devlin to the crew, and then there's a list of questions there. You'll pick one of those, ask them to everybody, and then somebody will answer it.
Which page?
Page 79 of the PDF, like where you type with the number.
Like
on top.
the big PDF?
Yes, the one that I sent earlier. It's
Gotcha.
titled something or other, text only. Blade 68_V095 text only.
Okay, is this accessible through the game?
It is not.
I'm
I'll
look-
put it in
oh.
the chat here, because if I put it in Foundry, then every time you try to open it up, it will cause my internet to then have to load 400 pages of PDF anytime any of you opens it up, and I've discovered that my internet doesn't like that when there's 6 of you doing it. So rather than hosting them in Foundry like I used to do, I just send them to you with the promise that we're gonna be nice and honest people with these PDFs. I gave these people $140. I don't care about sharing it with people. They get enough money out of it.
Okay. Do I read any of the character stuff or just the radical questions?
So, based on what you have available, that your character is an idealistic, romantic, defiant person who likes to blow things up, and they're from the Dagger Isles, which is basically the tropical part of the setting. That the islands are used in proxy wars between an analog of the United States and the USSR. With all of that information that I've just put upon you, introduce your character. What are they like?
They're a rebel, I guess. They. I mean, I would literally just repeat the traits because I don't know. I don't. I need more time to think about this sort of thing.
Okay. So, why does your character join this crew of criminals, as opposed to, like, I don't know, doing like rallies or other things that like people might stereotypically think of when you want to change the world? What's turned you to a life of crime?
They're really like they have pleasure as their vice, so they're probably hanging out with bad folks, I guess. I don't know if bad is the word they would use. So they just follow wherever the drugs and cool stuff were.
I see. And the drugs and cool stuff led them to this wonderful gang of criminals in their
Yeah,
fun little
well,
nightclub that they have.
Yes, that, and also they like to blow things up and are a little bit of a mad scientist in that way, so.
I see. Okay, so now with that, so you put a little spin on the character that I wouldn't have included when I just rambled on all those things about them. Pick one of those questions and ask them to the group, of which, and somebody will answer, just like you do with Landon.
Mm. No, I don't want that one. Which of you fears what I'll do one day?
Ooh, that might work for me.
Alright, yeah. How so?
Because my Silas is deeply traumatized by what the revolutionaries did in Irondale. And it sounds like Mika's character, whose name I forgot, Sienna, might be possibly linked to those revolutionaries, and particularly the explosives they planted during the urban warfare that was going on.
That's true. Sienna's alias is Firecracker, so bombs, they're a big thing. Alright.
So I'm thinking I may fear what Sienna is planning next.
Hell yeah. Let's see, that's good tension. That might, you'll take and that might pop up in an adventure. Keep that in your noggins. Or I'll bring it up and be like, hey guys, remember how you're like scared of each other? Maybe even saw each other's face at some point during that thing 2 years ago. Who knows what Sienna was up to? Pancake, you're next alphabetically. So for you, this is on page 61 of the book, 71 of the PDF. Tell us, who is Ezra Green?
Okay. I've already said a little bit. That is not the right page, I think. Wait. 71?
71 of the, if you're typing it in the search box in your PDF viewer. 61 if you're using the numbers in the corner of the book.
Okay. I will just scroll up from here because it's being weird. Questions. Okay. So, Ezra Green, I think originally they were, I've mentioned this a little bit, they were running sort of like a gimmick, like, Ouija boards and tarot cards and like ghost EMF readings. Sort of like if you imagine like a spirit Halloween, except for ghosts. They're kind of popping all around the city. They're not supposed to be there. They have no building licenses. They're just kind of squatting around wherever they have an empty building. Stealing as much random nonsense as they can before they get kicked out and have to go to another building. And as they've been doing it, they realized, oh wait, actually I'm kind of good at this, and it's like weirdly working way better than it should. Because I don't think at the beginning they realized that what they were doing was actually legit. And then they're like, oh no, I am actually doing ghost bullshit. And I think that's probably why they've gotten picked up for doing sketchy nonsense now. So my question is, which of you have I seen in a terrible vision of the future? By which I mean probably who has Lauren told me is going to have a very bad time.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
I'd say me. Pop pop. Send me to hell.
So what is this terrible vision? What is it? I mean, visions are never, crystal clear. So what between the murky fogginess of a prophecy of doom yet to come have you seen for Pop Pop Pancake?
I gotta. Where's the picture of Pop Pop? I need to visualize this.
You're gonna have a bad time visualizing.
I need to.
It's true. It's
I
it's
gotta-
a very
I gotta-
offensive yellow to look at with the shine.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
redacted yellow. So.
I think. Wait, Pop Pop is a robot, right?
He is a soul put in a robot body.
I think the vision that I saw was some factory somewhere, and they took all of your limbs apart and they put them back in the wrong place like a Mr. Potato Head.
You wouldn't believe how common that is.
Yeah.
That happens to me a lot.
It happens to me a lot. Okay. So then next up we have Pine, our friend Pine, who is you're a hound. So that for you starts on page.
I have got
30.
the page up,
Okay,
but don't
cool.
worry.
All right,
I
talk to
was
us.
like, I'll save Rain some trouble.
Who is
mostly because I was
Hiroruma?
curious. Hiroruma is an accountant from like the plains, I guess. Truly just a Midwestern boy, if the Midwest existed. He is very dedicated to keeping his vice is obligation, and I'm like, the Asian in me is like, oh yes, it is a family obligation. I'm like, how do I want to play with keeping my family from dying? I don't know. He is a family man, a Midwestern boy. He's got a dog named Columbo, who is also apparently in Landon's inventory. He's just here. He got into crime to stop his family from having to work in the fields, and now he's doing a crime, and he wants to know. All of these are incredibly funny questions. Which one of you likes my pet more than me? Who likes Columbo more than they like?
I do.
It's like everyone raises their hand.
Okay.
It may be in yours and Landon's inventory, but I love it the most.
So Momo, how does Sienna, Firecracker, Devlin? What makes them like the dog more than the master? Than this criminal
Dog,
accountant,
you
I
know?
guess you are now.
Maybe like they saw they had like a dog save them, bring them water while they were doing some bad things in the revolution.
I love the thought of it's not necessarily that you don't like my character, it's just that you've had too many good experiences with dogs.
Yeah,
had a
you
lot of, like-
just like the dog more. I love that.
Like the Saint Bernard in the mountains bringing you a bottle of alcohol, but you've had that just
Yeah.
happen miraculously throughout your time as a rebel. It's like, oh, I'm gonna
Like
drown.
more
I'm-
than once.
I'm
More
dra-
than once.
I'm drowning on the beach, and luckily a dog showed up with a life preserver. Or, oh, I'm trapped on an island, and a small dog in a rowboat has shown up to save me.
Both of those actually happened.
Lassie got me from the well.
That too.
All right.
And I'm just always getting up to things, to danger. And here come the dogs. They smell me needing help.
That's true. Yeah, they're like, oh, there's the smell of gunpowder again. All right. So
Vienna needs us.
with that, that's our bit of fun narrative juice between these characters. Normally, it would have you go through and do it like over and over again, but I think that's with what we're doing here, since it's not a consistent cast, we'll probably just do kind of every time new characters are introduced, maybe do that like once. Just get some fun narrative for them, and then
I didn't get
I am
to do
realizing
one
I-
yet.
Yep. I'm looking
Okay,
at-
I
realized
thought I
forgot
was
you.
going crazy. I was like, I don't think Winter went.
You are correct.
I'm forgotten at the bottom of the alphabet.
That's true. W is so far down there. Where is the veteran? That is at the very bottom. Page
Yeah, it's 85, right?
85, yep, 95 of the PDF. Cool, yeah, so talk to us about Silas Booker. Codename
Yeah.
Baker.
So I had an idea for what has kind of traumatized him in the past in his little urban skirmish in Irondale. But should I get into that now or save that for later?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of your character. It's even if your
You can
character doesn't
unpack.
freely share that with other characters, it's good for the players to know those things.
Okay, so during the they landed in the city, they were fighting their way through, and then they went into a building and they discovered that there were a bunch of civilians in the building rigged to explode. And they're confused, they didn't know what to do about this or what to make of it. And they weren't sure if it was their people who did it at first. Then the explosions went off and everyone in the building died. They were crushed by the debris and rubble. And then later on, after the skirmish, they were blamed for this. And the revolutionaries said that his squad in particular had just gone and blown up all these civilians. But he suspects that it was the revolutionaries who had intentionally rigged their own civilians to blow as like political pawns. And that's why he's vengeful and haunted and has nightmares.
Spooky.
Hell yeah. It's very cool. So,
It's such a dark backstory to think about. Yeah, they just rigged a bunch of civilians to explode.
hey, you know, the horrors of war.
The horrors of
Right.
war.
So, question. What you got after that, Mr. Baker?
The question is a lot less dark. It's who is my drinking buddy? Because I figure I need a reason to be part of this crew, and that would be a good reason.
It's me, and you're nervous every time I drink with you.
That does make sense. Maybe I'm trying to work an angle as well to get more information out of you.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Alrighty. So, now that's everything. As I take and start placing some pieces here in my noggin, on your character sheet, there's a tab called Contacts. If you see a green up arrow, that means that your character is friendly with that person. If you see a red down arrow, it means your character is not friendly with that person. So start to ruminate in your noggins why your character may be friends or enemies with those people. The ones that don't have an arrow of any kind are people that are your character has they're like neutral with.
Okay, so since
Except
mine
for-
are custom,
Yeah, for
I
you,
don't have that.
yeah, you don't
I
have
can't
that.
edit them now either.
You just have Douglas, who is dead. He's your handler. and then your owning faction is the Ministry of Discovery.
Yeah.
So you don't have
Weird
like
that I can't. After I create them, I can't edit them again. So like I can create them, but not delete them or modify them. That's interesting.
oh, so I can delete that one, and I guess it's not able to be. Let me add Douglas back.
Oh,
It's-
I can add standing here. Okay, hold on. If you can delete Ministry of Discovery, I can actually add a standing now. Okay.
Then where that's at, Momo, is where it says
I found
abilities
it.
loadout.
I found it. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Would they be positive? Ministry of Discovery? Since I work
You
for
work.
them,
I mean, it's
technically?
probably they probably don't give a damn about you one way or the other at the moment. You're just like a worker drone, so it's probably your
probably
relationship with them.
neutral.
Yeah, if there's
Yeah.
anything there.
Okay. And Douglas is dead, so it's not like that matters.
This is true. Yeah, didn't really does
I just thought about that. He's dead.
He's dead. does not matter how Douglas feels about things.
Yeah.
Cool. So, with that, this job. So, one of in the dossier that that Cooler Pop gave you to look at when you arrived, he mentions there is a group of people called the Dust Barons, Dirt Barons, one of those two things, who are basically like information brokers. They're known for their neutrality and known for never screwing people over because they're like, yeah, I mean, if we give you a bad deal, you aren't going to work with us again, and we need to be trusted. So they have given the gang, the professionals, a job. There is a train heading out of the city tonight, and supposedly on that train, there's going to be some type of information handoff between agents of Blackthorn Park, which are basically like the Blackthorn Park is the USSR super spy agency in comparison to what is in effect the CIA, known as the Palace, for the country that you guys play in. The country you guys play in is Akaros. That's like the USA stand-in. They have their CIA, the Palace. Everybody knows that. And then Blackthorn Park is the one for the USSR, which is the United Scove Coalition. So, Blackthorn Park agents are going to meet on that train at some point and do some kind of information handoff. And the Dirt Barons want that information to be able to disseminate it for a price. So,
Are you bullet training us?
So, you guys are going to take and get on that train, and then at some point, figure out who the secret agents are, get the information that they have, and then get off the train at some point. Normally, we take and we have like one or two gather information roles where your character may leverage their contacts or other people that they know in the city to try to learn some stuff about this. General stuff that you guys just would know as people who exist and live in this world. The train station is down here in the bottom right corner of the map. Underneath the night market to the right of Coleridge, this is Gaddock Rail Station. So the train is going to depart from there and go off to wherever it's going, and then eventually it'll make its way back here to Duskwall. So, any thoughts in anybody's noggin for any kind of extra information they may want to try to obtain for this mission? Yes.
So, do we know who the person is doing the handoff? Their name, what they look like, any of that sort of thing?
So, the only thing that the Dust Barons were able to give you is that one of the agents involved is codenamed Lady Cow.
You say Lady Cow or Lady Cattle?
Cow, C-O-W.
Lady Cow. Incredible. Okay. Iconic. Let's see. Well, we could always... what area of the city is this other faction from?
Which one? Blackthorn Park?
Yeah, that's handing off this information.
So they don't have anywhere in the city that they are technically from. Blackthorn Park is these basically the CIA for the United Scotland Coalition, who are
Yeah.
on a different continent. So there's nowhere in the city that they exist officially, but they have spies in different places.
Do we know anyone in the palace who might be running like counterintelligence ops against these people in their city?
Let's take a look at our
I know a
contacts.
secret agent,
Anything,
apparently.
Wow.
anything that sticks out on our contacts?
Wow. I have good contacts with Worley, a mind traveler. So maybe Worley has like gone and I don't know, astral projected and infiltrated their meetings
we-
at some point.
Hero also knows a secret agent. I'm saying.
Do you know a
Sounds
secret
promising.
Okay, so that's our 2 routes we have that we can go through, and then we'll probably cut to the action. So, secret mind traveler sounds the more insane out of those 2, so we'll do that one first.
Yeah.
So, you're friendly with the mind traveler?
I sure am.
Okay. So, you take and stroll up. They probably have a similar Spirit Halloween thing set up in like the back alley of somewhere in the city. And what's their name? It's Worley?
Worley. Yeah.
Okay. You take a stroll up to Worley, and Worley's like, "Oh, welcome in.
Okay.
How you been? You haven't been turned, have you?
No, of course not.
Are you wearing a wire?"
Never let that happen. No.
I'm wearing a lot of them.
he takes and like pulls out a little bug detector, which doesn't look safe, and like pans it up and down you, and it doesn't make any noise. And he's like, "Okay, cool. All right, what do you want?"
Yeah. Well, geez, my brain is goo. Brain, everything that just happened in the past 30 seconds just exited my mind.
So
You
you're
hear an
trying-
echo. Okay, I was about to say, you hear an echo of Pop Pop's voice in your mind. Like, we're trying to see if anyone in the palace knows anything about who's doing the handoff.
Oh my goodness. Worley, do you know anything about the handoff in the palace?
Oh, I see. You're taking. I take it for information security. You mind wiped yourself and then had a ghost store the information for you to be recalled later.
Oh.
I get it. Right. That's smart. I should do
very,
that.
It's very convenient. I highly recommend it for anything sensitive.
So, you. Okay. So a handoff, like they're trying to, I'm gonna assume that you take and tell him the information that I just told you / Ghost Pop tells you in your noggin, and he's like,
Yes.
"Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I see. I don't exactly. I mean, I guess I could try. I don't know of any. The last palace agent that I knew get themselves Section 6'd, so that's kind of out. But I guess I can maybe see if I stumble on a new one. So,
Well-
Pancake, for this, you're gonna do a gather information roll. On the top left of your screen, there's like a little. When you have the person icon selected, do you see a little dice roller icon above the X card?
I see actors.
You see on the top left of your screen, like token controls and
Top-
measurement controls.
Oh, over there. Okay.
Yeah, so if you're under token controls above the X card, you should see a little dice roller.
Okay, I think I have too many tabs open. Token controls. It's doing
You-
nothing?
I may have it. So if you have token controls selected, do you see underneath the little ruler icon, the little dice ruler?
I see measurement controls and then I see journal notes. Okay, there. I found it.
If you click
There
that,
you go.
does it give you a thing that pops up?
It does.
All right, so
And
you're
gather
gonna
information.
gather information, and then it sounds like since you're using a friendly contact, That sounds like you're consorting. Consort's typically your friendly person skill. So how many dots in consort do you have?
I have no dots in consort
Okay, so you're gonna
because I
roll
put them all in sway.
0 dice, and then it's what you should have in that little box, and you're gonna click the roll button.
Okay.
All right. So when you have 0 dice, you roll 2 dice and take the lowest result. So you get incomplete or partial information. You take in Worley sits in like his little chair. He puts on what appears to be like a colander with a bunch of probes sticking out of it.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then he's like, "Can you hit the switch for me? I forgot to hit it before I sat down."
Oh, yeah, of course.
And you flip a very large, cartoonishly heavy handle, and then it looks like he is electrified, and then he is unconscious.
Yeah.
And then you take and see, because you're a paranormalist, you see what is like a spectral version of him kind of floats out of his body, gives you a thumbs up, and then floats off.
Yeah.
And it's a while. It's probably like 2 hours, and you're sitting there hanging out, doing nothing. You know, you're watching his body, make sure nothing bad happens to him. This isn't the first time you guys have been through this song and dance. And after about 2 hours, he takes and comes back, and he's holding what appears to be a spectral meat roll of some sort that he throws to the ground, and it just kind of floats to the floor. And he goes back into his body and is like, I discovered that the palace is going to be there.
Well, I think we already knew that.
Well,
didn't
no,
we?
from what you told me, that there was Blackthorn Park was going to be there. I basically found out that the other big spy gang people are going to be involved in this in some way, shape, or form.
Nobody could have predicted this at all.
Not the other big crime people.
2 groups of spies? What? No, this was great, Morley.
Awesome.
Go.
I'll send you my
Go-
fee.
go
I'll know where you live.
No, no. Go eat some spaghetti. You need to take a break.
All right. So
Go eat some
that's
spaghetti.
that.
Spaghetti
Yeah.
time
Guys
is
have
incredible.
Learned very
Yeah.
little. So fine. Maybe you'll have more
Yeah.
luck with a secret agent who isn't exactly your friend. So they're not your friend, so you're not exactly on good terms with them. How do you get in contact with them?
That is a great question. I should have been thinking about that this whole time instead of trying to figure out what any of the words on my character sheet. I'm really good at games, guys. I think, fuck. I think Hero just happens to be this guy's accountant, and so he's just got a meeting with him and is kind of trying to get non-accounting information out of him.
Okay. So yeah, it's tax season. This guy's a little behind on his taxes. And you schedule an appointment, or he schedules an appointment with you to come basically double check everything is good, that he didn't miss anything when he was rushing, stuff like that. So you guys have met in some neutral location. No, actually, he's a super spy. You'd probably meet in his house. I don't think he'd want his personal documents traveling. He'd be a little paranoid, I think. So yeah, you meet in his house. And how do you bridge the gap between regular accountant conversation to, hey, do you know any spy shit going on here in the next couple days?
You know any spy shit?
You hear a whisper. You hear a whisper. Tax fraud. Tax fraud.
Tax fraud point.
Yeah, blackmail him for the information. because you know how about all his tax fraud.
What would I? Hang on. Let me see.
So, sway,
That
as
is-
we've learned, or consort, as we learned with pancake, is like the skill for your friends.
Yeah.
Sway is typically like lying, convincing, doing basically something that is not between friends. That's a bit more on the skeevy side. Commanding is trying to like scare people with some type of threat of violence, force, yada yada. So those are the three most relevant skills for this, off the top of my noggin, depending on what your approach is.
I don't think he would try and um threaten him with tax fraud. I I do think he would try and steer the conversation in a way that it like starts talking about like the trains and the train station. Oh, have you heard anything that might be happening with trains? And I do think that would be sway, which I have nothing in. So this is gonna go poorly.
That's okay. So you're going to click on that roll some dice in the top left, the little dice roller thing, and you'll make sure you click gather information, and you'll roll 0 dice. Now, this is also, if you consider this important enough, I'll introduce a mechanic called pushing yourself, where you can spend 2 stress to give yourself an extra dice or better effect. Better effect doesn't matter for this because that's not how that works. Alternatively, if you don't want to spend some stress, you can take a devil's bargain, which is a guaranteed consequence in exchange for +1 dice. And that guaranteed consequence is that in this conversation, the palace is going to keep an eye on you after this conversation, regardless of whether you pass or fail.
Green, I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
It's a audio question here. So every time someone talks, the music gets quieter and then comes back up by a noticeable amount when they're done talking in Foundry, and I can't figure out how to turn that off.
Does that happen for anyone else?
Turns out I had
That-
accidentally muted the music this whole time.
That's okay.
That's like we were talking about earlier. I think that's Discord stream attenuation.
I have it turned off in Discord. That's what I don't understand.
Do you have the same headset
If you
Obi has?
right-click on...
I do, yeah.
Okay. And
But
do
even I
whatever-
swapped to another headset just to see, and it's still doing it.
Stream.
Whack.
That's just for automatically reduce stream volume from the top. That wouldn't be for Foundry.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused by.
Huh. Because that shouldn't be
I
a thing
may
in
just-
Foundry.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's something strange with the headset, like Obi was having. But that's weird that your head's happening on both headsets.
Well, yeah, it's just happening on like all the audio altogether. You know what? Let me hard reset Discord
Strange.
and see if.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, Lana's trying to figure that out. Roll your thing, Pine. Oh, actually, did you want to take the devil's bargain of the palace, putting you on a list, basically?
So if I do that, that means I get to roll 1 die normal style,
Yeah,
right?
so you don't have to roll 2 dice and take the lower result. You just take and roll 1 regular d6.
But if I push myself, what is that?
You spend 2 stress, which does not reset until the end of the job,
And
and then you can get that without having the guaranteed consequence.
It was me sharing my screen.
Oh, that's so strange. Okay. Somebody else, if they can, share their screen for our audience members, please.
I can...
And we'll see if that happens for you as well. But yeah, Pine, you can either push yourself and take some stress, or you can take a devil's bargain and get put on a watch list.
I think I'll take the stress and figure out, because that gives us a guaranteed with my hound's instincts, like that gives us a guaranteed next step.
That's true, yeah.
Um,
That's one of your cool
so
abilities.
I think that's the better thing to do.
Hey, I mean, it's not my fault. All my friends are insane.
Is that Pancake talking or is
Hey.
that Ezra?
Birds of a feather. Ezra.
I'm both. I mean,
Alright,
Yeah, so
you
I'll
roll
take the
1
two
dice
stress
instead of
and-
0 dice, and let's see what happens.
Wait, no, I accidentally hit fortune instead of the thing.
That's okay.
That's
So that
dumb.
just means that you get good information rather than great information. Like how if the failure was you get limited, so here you get a pretty decent depth of information.
Okay.
So you're taking and having this conversation. It's like trains, man, trains, and
I keep hearing about trains.
Chatterley just kind of like narrows her eyes at you, and she's like, "What an interestingly specific question to ask me on today of all days."
You've never heard of train autism, man?
Okay. So, in theory, if I were to hear anything interesting about trains, it would be that there's several of the automated hull security guards have been rewired. And I also would hear that on top of this large amount of expenses on my account kind of going away for tax purposes.
I've never seen an expense on your end in my life, and I've always done your taxes, and you've never owed money.
Awesome. I'm so glad that we've both heard really good things today. And the rest of the conversation goes by kind of mostly tax related or other just like not super spy train autism, as you maybe ask them for more questions now that the bottle's been uncorked. Ask them some other train questions that they don't know the answer to. At the very end of it, they do mention they're like, oh, yeah, I've heard that train has some really nice silk seats that you should be on the lookout for. And then they leave. Well, I guess you leave. They kick you out of the house. They're in their own house.
Yeah, that's their
Yeah.
house. I tip my hat and I take my briefcase and I walk out the door.
Alrighty. So that's our gather information. So now with that in mind, so our approach. So how are we going about this? Are we going to have an assault type mission where we're just gonna, kick the door of the train in, so to speak? Are we gonna kind of try to lie our way in through some type of misdirection or disguise? Are we gonna sneak aboard the train, avoiding, the regular people way you board trains? Is it gonna be something paranormal in nature that allows us to kick things off? Is it gonna be social, like we have somebody aboard the train that we're starting out with, or is it gonna be speed, where we're just gonna maybe like somebody that has a car or some type of other autopod thing that they you guys maybe jump onto the train after it's already in motion? What are we thinking?
I don't think we have enough information for anything brash. We need to, mingle and get more information about what it is we're actually trying to steal.
I mean, if the regular crew of the train is mysteriously out violently ill, we could just, oh wow, there's a backup crew. Thank you, backup crew. And now we are not only on the train, but also Pop's forehead. We're important now.
I like that idea.
Very important now. Okay. Anybody have any qualms with a deception-based approach? where we sneak our way on this train pretending to be train workers of some kind.
No.
Alright.
Nope.
Yippee.
All right, so for this job, are you guys going to go quiet or loud? If you go quiet, you only have 3 boxes of inventory available. If you go loud, you have 6 boxes. This choice will inform the engagement roll and also might impact the heat you take. Heat being the wanted level that you get at the end of everything.
Quiet makes the most sense, right? Like we're
Yeah.
trying to stop, or we're trying to get information, and we're also on a train, which is a very public thing.
Yeah. And we're trying to like infiltrate like theoretically the crew that would have already been there, so we don't want to look completely crazy.
Okay. So we're going to take a deception opening. So now that we've got that picked, our opening gambit. The vector of your approach, this makes your approach more specific, which helps me decide what the engagement result means. So we take, and I assume between the 5 of you, some of you guys have some way to replace train workers. So what's you're all going to be part of the same class. So are you like trying to replace security? Are you trying to replace engineers? Are you trying to replace stewardess roles, like people that go around and like give little treats? What are we doing?
I think security would probably make sense. Yeah.
I was thinking security or like the ticket checker people, because then we have an excuse to go to every place in the train and see what we're trying to find. But there probably wouldn't be like a million ticket people.
I mean, there's 5 of you.
Stewardess.
Stewardess, there's a lot of those. Ticket people, there's probably
Yeah.
not as many of those.
Maybe it's a really
Um,
long train.
It is a pretty big train.
'Cause
As you
I-
take, and you'll come to realize it's gonna have a lot of carriages.
I don't think security is the best way to go, just because from what we just found out, a bunch of like the security holes on there have like been reset, and so I feel like it'll be more suspicious to have also than a bunch of random people. Like,
So the security has
yes.
holes and real people. They were just letting you know that, hey, a bunch of these security holes basically are working for the palace specifically.
I see. Okay. Then ignore me. I'm fine doing whatever.
I should probably work with whatever kind of equipment our characters are going to be trying to conceal. Like, are we going to bring weapons on board? And in that case, security might make more sense than if we were like trying to be stewards or something.
What do you mean? Every stewardess that I know has a submachine gun coil gun. But yeah, so security definitely makes it easier to have weapons on your person without a negative engagement roll factoring in. So security.
I think security.
All right.
I think, yeah.
Okay, so deception that you guys are security, with Pop Pop being a security hull. How convenient. So, engagement. This starts off as a fortune roll. A fortune roll is basically just a thing that doesn't have any of your action ratings taken into consideration. It's if there's a situation that I want to ask the dice, how well does this go? We use fortune rolls. So, you start off with one dice for luck. And is this operation particularly bold or daring? I would say so. You guys are attacking Blackthorn Park, and also the palace is involved. Those are like tier 3 and tier 5 factions respectively. You guys are tiers 1 or 0. I forget exactly where you start off at. Basically, you're punching weight above your weight class. So this is pretty bold or daring. I don't think this is overly complex or contingent on many factors. I think this is fairly standard. You're just replacing some people who called out sick. Let's see. Does this expose a vulnerability if the target hurt them at the weakest? I don't think so, but they're also not strong against this kind of approach. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation? So, is there any contacts that have not been utilized already that you think might give you an easier time sneaking on this train with security guards?
I'm good friends with a back alley doctor who may be instrumental, maybe in contriving these workers falling ill, or giving us some kind of poison to use on them or something.
Okay.
I also
can see
am
that.
friends with. Hold on. Let me check that I am friends with them. I am acquainted with Vuko, a union rep, who may be aware of all of these workers.
Okay. So
I like
that's
that idea.
That's good. So that brings us up to 3. Are there any enemies or rivals that you think might interfere in this operation? Do any of the down arrows seem like they might be problematic for you?
Let me look at mine, because I have a Strelitai operative that I'm enemies with. Yeah, so Padine is a mystic or professional who might consider me dangerous. So if the Strelitai are involved, they might like recognize me or something.
Okay, yeah. That's in one of the institutions of the world.
I have a army officer called Fellows that I'm enemies with, and if he was involved with the palace, or Blackthorn, I guess, that would be. If he was on the train, that would be a problem.
Okay, between those two, I think that's enough to bring us back down to 2d6. And then, are there any other elements that we want to consider? Let's see, I don't think so. I think that we've covered everything here. So, we're going to roll this engagement. That'll determine y'all's starting situation. That's a fortune roll. That should have been an engagement. Ooh, bad. Okay, so you guys start off in a desperate position. So desperate means that if you have consequences, they're the worst consequences that could happen, and this will be for basically the first kind of situation we find ourselves in until we do something that puts us not in a desperate situation.
Incredible.
So let's see. So you guys make it on the train. All of that goes over smooth. People get replaced. All of that is no problem. And I think we'll start off with Silas. I think that, yeah, as you're taking and doing like maybe a security loop on the train, you take and someone grabs your arm and says, Silas, Baker? Now I haven't seen you in a couple of years. What are you doing? And there is what appears to be a guy in a well-dressed suit, well kind of groomed, guy that's got quite a lot more money, it would seem, since you saw him last time. He's clearly found something well to do after the war, or after his little tour of duty. Takes and is like, hey, you know what? Look, he takes and looks at your partner on the security patrol and says, you know what? It's fine. I've got this one. He deserves a break anyway. And the other guy goes to like say something, and then your former officer shoots him like some kind of glare. And very clearly, this guy is known in these circles in some capacity. What are you doing?
So, do I recognize him immediately?
Yes, you recognize that this is the former army officer, Fellows.
And so we have animosity towards each other. How much of that is that one-sided, or do we hate each other mutually?
So why does your character not like him?
It could be related. I don't necessarily want everything to be related to, that one instance that happened 2 years ago.
Lovers.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I'm jilted because we had a little bit of a tryst, and and then he it was a one night stand, and I never saw him again until now.
Okay. So I think in that case, it's probably one-sided. You don't like him, and this is a friendly interaction with him. That he's invited you to come sit with him and take a break from your important security patrol. Oh, we lost land. Didn't notice. Oh, land. Yeah. So what are you doing after on his invite?
Gone for like 5 minutes. It's storming here, so internet went down.
All you've missed that Silas Baker Booker has had a one-night stand with this army officer, and that's why he doesn't like him. And now he's been invited
Incredible.
to have a little chat with him on the train in the middle of his security detail.
Saucy. Love it.
Yeah.
I'm suspicious because I know he was quite an important officer and was up to some secret stuff. And I'm not. It's quite a coincidence that he's on this train. So maybe is there an empty seat next to him?
There is, yes.
I'll sit down quickly and ask him why the hell he's here.
Oh, straight to business. I thought we could catch up. It's been what, a year, 2?
Don't give me this bullshit. You know what you did.
I mean, it was out of my hands. One day I'm there, another day I've got another deployment to take care of. You know how it is when you're up at the brass. I mean,
You didn't call, you didn't write.
When you're in an active war zone, it's kind of hard. You've never really been down to the Dagger Isles, have you? I know that you served a little bit with that kerfuffle over in
Irondale.
Celeros. Oh
Yes.
yes, Irondale. All right, that's what it was called. Well, the Dagger Isles are kind of a backwards place. I mean, some of those places don't even have indoor plumbing, and I was sent down there to take and protect some interests of ours down there. So it was hard, and then it's just from one tour to the next. And on the bright side, though, that life's behind me now. I'm on to bigger and better things. What have you been up to?
That's interesting. So you've left the service.
Oh,
Well,
yes.
after Irondale, it's been hard. It wasn't an easy skirmish, and I've been licking my wounds a little bit. I've been on medical leave, actually.
Oh, well, you look perfectly fine to me. I take it it's something a bit more mental, huh?
That's not exactly a polite insinuation, but there's more than one kind of wound. But let's talk about you. You're out of the service. What are you up to these days?
Okay, so let's see. I think this is probably where some kind of role comes into play, to see if we can get him to open up about himself. So what are we doing?
All right, I'm not very good at swaying or consorting, but I am very commanding. So maybe I'll give his thigh a bit of a firm grip, and I'll say, you need to tell me what you're doing here. There's a lot of things happening right now that are dangerous, and if you don't tell me, things are going to get very serious for you.
Okay, so we're starting off desperate because that was our engagement role. I think this is desperate standard.
Okay.
And then you have 2d6 that you'll end up, should auto-configure that part for you unless you'd like to push yourself, which would be 2 stress to either bring it to desperate great, or you could give yourself an extra dice.
I think I don't feel like he may have like enough information to warrant pushing myself, so I'll just give it the old roll now.
Okay. All right, partial success. You do, but there's a consequence. You suffer severe harm, a serious complication occurs, you have reduced effect. Okay, I think I think serious complications the funniest thing here. So you do that, right? Um, you take and try to put on this commanding face. And he takes and blushes a little bit and says, "Oh, we're doing like a role play thing again. Okay.
No, it's not a role play.
Go ahead
I'm
and-
serious.
Let's go back to my cabin, and we can take and finish this
Listen to me.
serious conversation."
No, I'm being 100%. I know we used to do this kind of thing where I would play the scary commander role, but I'm being serious now. You got to take me seriously.
Huh. Okay. I think he's fully sold that this is like a bit thing that's going on. That it's like he's like, "Yeah, of course, Commander. I'll take you as seriously as you want. Let's get away from prying ears, huh? For this sensitive information that we've got to talk about."
All right, I go along with it just because I need the information, but I'm very grumpy about it.
Okay, so you take, and I think that, let's see, who do we cut to on this train? So I think next we'll go to our firecracker, Momo. So you take,
Hello.
and you're also a security guard. You are partnered up with some other kind of random guy, and you take and enter this carriage with the other little security guard, as you see Silas walking away with some gentleman in a suit. Maybe you guys give each other some kind of a look, and it's like a help me or something or other, or like a something like that. But that's what you're seeing. What are you doing? You can ignore that situation and hang out on the train, or you can see what's going on with that.
Sienna gives Silas a thumbs up, and then keeps walking with the person who's with them.
Okay. So they're taking, and your little partner here in security detail is kind of prattling on about some of the. It's like, "Oh yeah, look, I'm sure that you're good at your job, but it's just kind of a thing whenever we have like a temp show up that we take and gotta give them the whole walkthrough." So he's right now showing you about how the carriage door locks work. He's like, "Yeah, in case of emergency, each of these carriages can lock down independently. So if something hinky starts going on, you take and you flip this switch over here, and it'll lock the carriage down. If you're on the inside, you're locked in there. If you're on the outside, they're locked in until you can take and maybe get some backup or whatever." The hulls, I hate them. I think the flesh and blood guards are always better than those stupid animatronics. But what can you do?
I don't have any opinions about them one way or the other. I never had a bad experience with the hull. Are these doors explosive proof?
That's okay. All right. What
No,
are you
'cause,
expecting
like,
that this?
you know-
Okay.
Bad things happen. You've heard, surely, about all the crime. It's just a shame, I just want to make sure we're not in any danger. Is there danger that I should, as a temp, be aware of, like looking out for, make sure that the train goers, travelers are safe?
That sounds like a fun role. That's going to be controlled, because if there are consequences, they're not going to be that bad, and standard. Unless whatever action role you take and tell me makes me think differently, or action rating you pick. So which of your action ratings do you think would be good for trying to like butter this guy up as you're doing now, or like, lie to him like, "Oh yeah, I'm totally concerned about the safety of our passengers"?
Can you assist me with what that means?
Yeah.
I'm looking. Is it the insight prowess resolve?
So one of those skills, like attune, command, prowl, skirmish, wreck. If you need a refresher on what each of those mean, in the player kit there is a section titled skills, which gives you a little 2 sentences about what each of them means.
Like, I would say probably sway.
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
they're not trying to command him necessarily, or like, they're just cozying up.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. So that's going to be controlled standard.
asking a definitely wholesome question. Okay, so controlled.
Master of diplomacy.
Okay, partial success. So, he takes and says, I mean, what a weirdly specific and niche thing to ask about if these are explosive proof. So, you can withdraw and try a different approach, or you can do this with a minor consequence, a minor complication. You have reduced effect, you suffer lesser harm, end up in a risky position.
I think I'll withdraw. And they will just still ask about like if there's anything they should be aware of, like, I don't know, troubles that happen on the train frequently.
Okay, so that's not gonna need a roll. He's like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, there is like the ambushes. This train travels through the deathlands, outside of the barriers. So every so often, some awful monstrosity tries to crack open one of these carriages like an egg and enjoy himself a nice civilian omelet. Civilian scramble? Civilian eggs Benedict? Anyway. Yeah, so every so often, that's why we're here.
Civilian slushy.
Yeah. That's good. That's a good one. I was too focused on the breakfast portion of it. I think from what little bit I have seen, typically they do kind of get turned into a goo. So yeah, every so often, he takes and opens up the door and it's like, you see there's these little platforms that between the carriages that's like open to the world. Yeah, whenever a monster tries to rear its ugly head and attack the carriage, that's what we're here for, is to send them back to the depths of hell from whence they came.
Are these creatures that you come into contact with in these ambushes, are they can they explode?
Probably. There's all kind of awful things out here. I mean, there's been hundreds of years worth of awful mutations. Like, it's a dog-eat monster world out there, and it's only the strongest and I guess maybe the most deadly survive. I've never personally seen one that explodes, but I'm sure that they probably exist.
Have you ever seen someone explode them?
Oh yeah. I mean, some of the security holes get projectile launchers.
That's wild. We're allowed to have projectile launchers?
Well, we're not. The hulls are. Another reason why I hate them. I feel like they always get the good stuff, and we're just stuck with regular old guns.
What is it against the rules to make a bomb to, of course, just use on the monsters?
I mean, I'm not gonna tell anybody if you decide, but it is almost certainly against the rules for you to craft an IED on the train.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't have that part of the conversation.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think at this point, speaking of hulls, Landon, I think Pop, he's a security hull, but security hulls are not in pairs. They get to wander on their own because they're programmed, right? So they would never do anything wrong. There's no reason to have a buddy system with robots. You're taking and you're wandering on the train, and you take and see Baker go into a private cabin with some man in a suit, and Baker's probably looking a little stressed out and or angry.
Something gay is afoot. Sorry. Now, do I let him stew in that situation? That wouldn't be fair of me. I'm gonna go just open the door. Not even knock.
Okay.
Like, hey guys, what's going on?
Okay, so I think you'll end up opening the door after we get one kind of back and forth between the two of them. So you guys end up, Silas, you and this fellows end up in the private car, and he's gonna continue thinking that it's part of the bit. How are you gonna try to break this now that you guys are alone?
I guess I've always found it sexy that he might have a connection to the palace. So I want to try and get him to, through a little bit of role play, tell me more about what he's here for.
Tell me more of your political sway.
Oh my god. Okay. And how are you going to do that? You're going to be like the
This is
continue following through of like the like commanding army officer thing you guys got going on?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't really have anything else I can pivot to. I can hunt. I don't know if that's applicable in this situation. Yeah, I'll continue trying to be commanding.
Okay. So we take and he goes into the room, and he's like, turns around and stands and kind of like bumps into you, and makes like a determined face of like, you're never gonna get anything out of me. And then you command him to try to tell you something or other about affiliations with the palace in this little role play thing you're doing.
Yes.
Okay, it's cool. So that's gonna be, let's see. I think risky standard. Yeah. Right, a partial success. So you do it, there's suffer harm, a complication occurs, reduced effect, or desperate position. Okay. I think we're gonna give you harm. So the way the system works, it shows you like you need help, you have less effect, blah blah. That doesn't matter for Blade 68. That's for regular blades, but I could not figure out a way to get that off of the character sheet. Whatever harm you have that's below 3 basically gives you some consequences after the job is over that goes into the next job, but doesn't immediately hamper you in a big mechanical way. Sometimes if you have like a broken leg, it might make sense for you to have reduced effect at running away, but by and large, the harm is mostly something to be worried about after the job is over. So, this is a tier 2 harm of like embarrassed, basically, of having to go through this with this guy before Pop thankfully does interrupt it. And what you get out of him, he's like, maybe like you grab him by the tie or something like that. Something that's as least physical as you can get with this guy, it sounds like, from how you've described this. And he takes and he will mention that his partner on the train, codenamed... One second. Codenamed the Wasp, is supposed to be intercepting this deal that's happening on this train. And he says, "Oh yeah, you remember the Wasp? They were in our company for a short time. I actually handpicked them out myself. They've always had a bit of a bite to them." That's a joke about their weird teeth.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Weird ass teeth.
If someone hit me with an yeah, after a joke that would decimate me.
And with that, Pop security hull bursts into the door and says, "What do you say, Landon?"
Like, oh, hey guys. Well,
this
I'm
is
a little disappointed. There's less going on than I thought.
Well,
You
if
were
you
trying
had
to,
if you had
get
interrupted
an
us,
eye
maybe
full
there would have
train.
been.
Yeah, this is a really cool train. There's a lot of cool stuff happening on here. I
So-
actually came in here to dap you up, but
So you've revealed that we know each other. Then we can't play it off as us being.
What a strange security hull. Usually they don't have personality. Do you need to be tuned up?
I got my soul blown out of my chest back in the war, and here I am. Anyway, so you like politics?
You could go back to your silly little security job. He's ruined the mood, and the guy stands up and straightens himself, fixes his tie, and goes to walk out of the room.
Yeah, we have
Racist,
important.
Am I right?
Yeah, we've got important security stuff to go do. And Pop, now that he's left the room, a bit of information that I got out of him. Don't ask me how, but he has revealed to me that one of the agents on the palace side is codenamed the Wasp and seems to be involved in the deal. So we've got Lady Cow on the opposite side and the Wasp on ours.
I don't know how you got this information, but it must have been hot. Good job.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Yeah. On the other hand, I've learned nothing. Actually, I just learned some information from Silas.
You can't take
I
take credit
relayed
for mine.
the information back to you that you just gave me.
So,
I already know that. I'm the one who told you.
Okay, it's good we're on the same page then.
Incredible.
Pancake, what's your character doing? You're not on security patrol.
I sure am not. I think what I'm doing is I think what I'm doing is, you know, what time of day is it right now? Is it
So,
just-
fun thing, except for a couple hours of the day, every time of day is dark, gloomy, and dreary. That's in
Oh,
the city.
yes.
Out here in the Deathlands, it's always dark and sad.
Okay.
There's
So
like
I
there's like
think-
electric lighting on the train, but in terms of
Yeah.
the exterior, dark and sad.
So I think I'm going down with like a cart with like tea and various things. So because I'm not security. I think if I was security, it would not go well. So I'm going down to deliver snacks, but I'm being very chatty with, each person. I'm like, so would you like coffee or tea? And tea has lots of very exciting properties, can tell you lots about a person what they like with their tea. And I think I'm basically gonna get to the first person who doesn't completely think I'm a freak.
Okay.
Which is probably most of them.
So,
And I'm gonna be like, yeah.
the first person who doesn't think you're a freak. What a question. Okay.
Good question.
Yeah.
That's probably going to be... Where are you? Is it?
I need to come up with a code name, or
That's
an
true.
alias.
You do need an alias. Those are
Any
important.
suggestions, fellow compatriots?
You're a warrior.
Oh, that's Reg's secret agent. Can't take that from Reg.
Yowie warrior.
No,
That one's okay.
okay.
Reg pops in chat. I heard Yuri.
Okay, I think I can spell. Yeah.
There we go. So,
Hey, Rig.
you take, and the first person who, like, there's other people that kind of just like turn you down or flat out ignore you. Until you take and you get to a woman who is wearing like big heart glasses, like the ones that, like the lenses or the frame is the shape of
yeah.
a heart.
Oh, yeah.
They look almost completely opaque. She's wearing like a big fur coat that's got some fun pattern on it, and she is smoking one of them long cigarettes. And she says, "Oh, hello. I would love a tea right now. I am positively famished."
Oh my goodness. You may have heard, what kind of tea a person likes says a lot about them. We have just about every kind you could ever imagine.
Oh, do they offer like palm readings or whatever on this train as well? Is that what you're...
Oh, no, you say too much. That was my next question for you, but let's start with the tea. Which one what would you prefer?
Oh, I would absolutely love one of those like milk teas with the little bubbles in them.
Oh, yes. Very, very up with the times, I see.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. You know, you have to be in this kind of environment. And so I think I would like to do a tea reading for her. For the record, I can't actually do a tea reading, but she doesn't know that.
Okay.
It's all bullshit.
So so it sounds like we're lying to her. Whichever action ratings
Yeah.
you're using for this tea reading.
This feels like a sway,
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
unless yeah, I think a sway.
So I think this is controlled limited. The consequences aren't bad, but there's also not really a lot to be learned about giving a tea reading to this woman. All things considered, but you might get something.
Important thing is they had a good time.
That's
Yeah,
true.
you know, tell me what you think. You know, you should head back to my shop sometime. We should chat. It sounds like you lived a very exciting life.
Yeah. So yeah, controlled limited. Let's see what we get with that.
Okay. Dice roller. And I have 2 dice. And then control limited. I don't see where to enter that.
Where it says risky standard. Do you see that?
Risky standard. What?
So
No.
if you've clicked on the word sway, did it give you a box?
Oh no, I was clicking the wrong thing apparently. Okay. Sway. I
And
see
then,
now.
yeah,
Risky
change
standard.
To controlled limited.
Okay. And then. Okay. And then.
And then
Do
you
I
should
need to
just
do like
need to roll.
fortune, gather information, any of that?
No, you should just be able to roll.
Okay.
Okay. A success. So you take and do this tea reading, and what bullshit do you tell her about her fortune? And this tight tea reading, palm reading thing that you're doing.
I think there's going to be real excitement in your life very soon. You know, but you have to stay on the right path. So make sure you're very conscious of your decisions, and I think something great will come of it.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. This train ride's actually pretty important to me, so I'm glad to know that I guess I'm doing the right thing.
Oh, were you headed somewhere important?
Oh, nowhere in particular. It's just this train's very important to me. And with that, I think we're going to hear an alarm start to blare. Hey there, security folks. Monster time. So, an alarm starts to blare, and the temp guy that you're working with, Firecracker, says, "Oh, yep, hey, that's the alarm. That's the hey, there's shit trying to attack the carriage alarm." And so, all of
Hell yeah.
the security
I
personnel
mean,
make their way to basically the exterior little catwalk things, as this train is going not like bullet train fast. That would be ridiculous. But it is a pretty fast train. And you can feel kind of the wind whipping in your hair, as in the darkness, you see kind of some glowing white lights that are adjacent to eyeballs, and hear this horrible screeching noise as several more kind of little white dots appear shortly downrange from the carriage. But they are keeping pace with the train shockingly well. What are we doing?
So that's not.
I have. I don't really have. We only went in with like 3 slots, right?
Correct. You guys are going in quiet, so you have 3
For,
three
like,
slots
noise.
available.
I do have a bandolier. Do we like check things from our loadout, or should I have removed it so that I don't
So-
have a 4?
Yeah, take away. It's not something that you're currently using, and it has like a loadout cost. Like it doesn't just cost 0 or whatever. Which, after you've added it, I think if you click the name, it'll show you its loadout cost. Get rid of anything that's 1 or more, and then you can just add that in later as you need it.
Okay, I took a thing away. I have my bandolier thing. Sorry, I hope you can't hear me chewing. I'm eating. I probably I'll probably analyze it first and also be like, is that one of the guys that can be exploded?
Is that one of the guys that can be exploded? Okay. So you're asking that to the other security officer you're working with? He's like, I mean, they don't really take shape until they're close. I don't really know what that one is yet. Howling typically means it's going to be probably like quadruped, and the fact that there's several of them is probably some type of wolf-adjacent thingamajig. It's probably explodable. They don't exactly give us an encyclopedia.
So there's like
Really
there's
bad news for you,
multiple
I'm
down there.
There are. There you see what 6 glowing lights, which is roughly
I
equivalent
thought
to
they
3
were all
creatures.
eyes of one thing.
Nope. Well, I mean, I guess it could have been, I suppose. As they got a little bit closer, there was some distance between them. You could make it out a little bit. Luckily, they've attacked during what is equivalent to dawn in this world, so this is when it's the brightest. But it's still basically looking out into the darkness. Too bad none of you are a great and powerful sorcerer. And can see in the darkness.
Fucking
So Sienna is just counting them a few times, just counting to 6, you know. And then they're like, damn, I only have three explodey guys to use on them. I think I'm gonna go tell some more of the security team. You should probably also try to do that.
Okay, so you're gonna go get more backup from the other
Yeah.
people on the train.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you scamper off to go find some more security personnel. Anybody else?
We have all met up here, right?
Yeah, you all were close enough, except for Pancake, who's off doing, God, I forgot the stewardess things.
Palm readings. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love inciting nonsense.
Okay.
I'm a pretty heavily armed veteran, so I figure. Oh, there's smoke in the hallway apparently.
Oh yay! Smoke alarm.
Oh, well, you're burning your dinner.
Somebody
Huh?
is being a fool with the oven.
Oh, there's some pancakes, Mike. I see. All right. Yeah. So, someone has set the stewardess cart on fire. That's a problem for later.
I had an idea that in a crisis situation, and this is how Sherlock Holmes got Irene Adler, people will go and ensure that their most precious possessions are secured. And I have a survey skill, and I was thinking I would use my survey skill to assess in this situation if there's anyone who may have hidden documents in a silk seat cushion or something like that, because I've been told that could be a potential hiding place.
Ooh, okay, yeah. All right. So that's probably. See, the alarm's going off. You have a job to do. Risky standard.
Okay, I'm ruthlessly ignoring the safety of the passengers in order
Yeah.
to complete my mission.
Of course.
Good. As one should.
Okay. Mixed success. Let's see. What do we got with that? Consequence, suffer harm, complication, reduced effect, desperate position. Okay. So, we'll do desperate position. So as you're looking, you do take and see somebody that you recognize from your unit, because Fellows was like, yeah, somebody used to work with us. You recognize that person from your unit is rapidly running from the current car that you guys are in to another car. A different car, basically, running through the doors away. And the desperate position is that you take and maybe you start to try to follow them, and then another one of those security hulls takes and basically barks at you in an automated voice. Security alert protocol. Anomalous creature 0-W01F. Report to your stations.
Very good, friend.
Since I'm in this desperate position, out of desperation, I'm going to pull my heat blade and I'm going to power it up and attempt to just decapitate the security
Oh,
hull as quietly and subtly as I can, using the cover of this monster attack and the ensuing chaos to eliminate it and then stash it in a bathroom or something.
And I watch.
and I watch. Okay.
Watch this murder here.
All right. Which of your skills
I'm
are
like
you using for that?
uncomfortably close to your ear. I know you have to do it. It's fine.
Thank you.
Do it. It's like almost encouraging.
Don't get creepy about it.
Yeah.
I'm doing what needs to be done. I'm taking no enjoyment.
Exactly. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. And which of your skills are you using to do that?
So I think that would be a skirmish, right?
Yeah, skirmish is typically your close quarter skill. And if we're trying to do it subtly, that's usually what falls under prowl. So I'd say risky limited for skirmish. Or no, you're desperate? Yeah, so desperate would it be limited.
I do not have high hopes for
It
this
would
going
be-
well.
It wouldn't. I guess it wouldn't be limited. Well, I guess no, because your ability to skirmish with the robot and then quickly stash it. Yeah. So that's where limited comes in. If you were doing prowl, it would be probably standard. And if you
It's
want
gonna
to,
go horribly wrong.
you can push yourself for 2 stress, and you can increase your effect from limited to standard. That is what the
I'll do
things
that.
push yourself can do.
Yeah, if things are looking dire, I'll push myself.
So that's 2 stress, and then you will be desperate standard.
Okay, I'm gonna roll.
Okay, partial success, you do it. Suffer harm, complication occurs, reduced effect, desperate position. Okay. So, complication. You take and cleanly behead this security hull with your heat blade, which is cool as hell. It's sick. As it's barking, it's basically repeating its orders of you to go deal with the creature. You just behead it, no problem. However, the cabin that you're in goes on lockdown upon detecting that basically one of the security guards has been decommissioned. So now the doors on both sides of this cabin to leave it are now locked. And then we'll cut back to hey Pine. What's Security Officer Pine doing? Are you actually trying to deal with the threat, or are you also going to do some shenanigans and hope that the other security officers can deal with it?
I was going to actually try and deal with the threat because I have 2 dice in a hunt, and I would like to try and track this target.
Okay, yeah. So you take and head outside to like the little firing catwalks that they have on the sides and in between the carriages, and you take and see again. There's what looks to be 3 quadrupedal creatures charging towards the train.
Cool.
Hunt is also your ranged attack skill, as well as hunting things down.
I do have a gun. I have a snub-nosed hand cannon. That's not gonna do fucking anything. That's basically just like a little handgun.
Well, it's a hand cannon. That's like a big ass revolver.
Okay. I think he's gonna try and shoot one of these things.
All right, cool. So yeah, that's probably risky standard with your hunt
What
skill.
would- Oh, thank God. So I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, because hunt is typically
Does
your ranged
my
skill.
stress impact this in any way?
It does not. Stress is just a resource that you get to use to do cool things until you run out of stress, and then you have traumas and things.
Hooray.
Okay, so you take and fire off. This is a revolver, 6 shots, pretty big. You fire off a couple shots and just see one of these things kind of start to tumble over and collapse, and the 2 little white lights kind of go dark, which is really cool. It's really cool to kill one of these things, and you're feeling really confident and good about it. And then you hear like a squawk as a previously undetected anomaly thing takes and comes crashing down out of the sky right on top of you for, let's see, that was risky standard, a tier 2 harm of basically like scratched up as this thing just starts clawing at your face. Momo, this is when you come back with the backup. And you see your friend and security compatriot being assailed by some weird fuck-ass bird thing.
What is that?
A fuck ass bird thing. Help!
Okay, so they are not going to explode this cabin. They are going to take out their arc lighter and try to use it to hit a monster.
Okay, yeah. Sounds cool. So what skill are we using for that?
Wreck? Would that
So
be okay?
Wreck is the one that's a bit more crazy. Skirmish is the one that's a bit more controlled.
So Wreck, I could accidentally hit somebody else.
Yeah, Wreck, I'd probably say Desperate Standard, and then Skirmish would probably be Risky Standard.
Okay, I'm gonna do skirmish.
A full success, no problems. Yeah, you take, and how do you kill this fuck-ass bird thing? It's about the size of like a medium dog.
Oh, not the dog. They gonna like, I don't know, chop their wings off or whatever, and then kill them.
Oh hell yeah! Yeah, you de-wing this weird little fuck-ass bird and put the arc lighter through the back of its noggin. Pine, Hero, you take and see a flame burn through this thing's like face, and then it stops clawing at you and falls over dead on top of you, and you're covered in some weird goop. Hey,
Can I retrieve some feathers from its body?
I thought you were gonna ask to retrieve some goop.
it has goop. Or you could get some feather-shaped goop maybe, and hope that it retains the shape of a feather. And while you're
Think it
trying
would
to
beg please so much.
while you're trying to figure out the details of that, Pancake. So you were talking to this lady, and so I'm going to introduce a fun concept called a resistance roll, where when something bad happens to you, you can say, no, that didn't happen, and pay some stress. As this alarm goes off, the lady who you were serving tea to and having this nice conversation with is going to immediately attempt to try to throw some type of sleep powder in your face and knock you unconscious. And that it would be a tier 3 harm of unconscious, unless you'd like to resist that.
I would
Who is
like
this
to
lady?
use that. My best friend, actually. I love her. I guess I want to resist that.
Okay, so that's going to be prowess, because you're resisting some type of physical ailment of some sort. And what'll happen is that you'll take 6 stress minus the highest result rolled from that prowess roll.
So,
Click
How
on the
do I-
word prowess.
just prowess? Okay.
Yep. And then it should
And then-
pop up in a little roll dialogue, and then there's no modifiers for this unless you'd like to push yourself.
I
So, you
Don't
take and
think so.
suffer 4 stress as you manage to resist being fully knocked unconscious, but you do have a tier 2 harm of drowsy. And you could also, if you wanted to try and resist that, you could resist that as well. If you wanted to go from drowsy to basically not affected by the sleep powder at all.
I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll just take it. So 4, you said?
Yep, 4 stress, and then you'll write drowsy in one of the 2 tier 2 boxes.
Okay.
And then, so that happens, and she says, "Oh, you should have stayed down." And she pulls out what appears to be some type of little baton. What do you do?
Wait, sorry. Which box do I put this in?
On the harm section, there's 2 tier 2 boxes. They have the 2 on the left side.
Oh, whoa. Okay, so drowsy.
Yes. She pulls out a small baton, which looks as she clicks a button and it's electrified.
So okay, you know that trick where you take the tablecloth and you pull it out from under the table and you fling it up? So basically what I want to do, I want to pull the tablecloth out, throw it up, and then basically run away and try to disappear like I'm a magician.
Okay. Which of your action ratings are you going to use to do that, Chris Angel?
That feels like finesse to me.
Yeah, I think so. So let's see. She's got the baton. You're drowsy. Desperate standard.
Okay. I'm obsessed with this. Okay.
4. Okay. So I think reduced effect here. So you take and do that, right? You're like, oh, goodbye. And she just smacks it out of the air with the baton before you make it to the door. And then she starts trying to chase after you. Well, with that, we'll cut back to the 2 guys that are trapped in the carriage. So yeah, you've beheaded a security hull. You've stashed it away. But the carriage that you're in has now been locked with those fancy locks that Momo's buddy was talking about earlier. What are you 2 doing?
Well, it's time to find out if these doors are explosion-proof.
Go ahead.
You see, I've got this explosive putty.
Oh, that's cool.
Wait, that's not gonna kill it. Like, how have you measured out?
We can hope. Now, I do have. There is another option here. I can also use an energy beam from my arm. So there's 2. Which would you?
I think I'm liking the energy beam, like a like a
Okay,
plasma
okay.
kind of arc welder thing. That
That
sounds a
might
lot
be a
safer.
better idea. Yeah, I think we. Yep. Okay. I said that. Yep. The energy beam was the first thing suggested. We're good. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I'm made of flesh, so I don't like explosions going off.
Maybe
here.
stay away from the energy beam. Then that would probably be very beneficial.
Okay. So you're trying to basically just cut the locking mechanism out and be able to push the door open?
Yeah. Or just cut off the door, whichever.
Or just cut off the door? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
just
either way, that's probably 1 level of drain, because that's not a crazy thing to do. So you'll take 1 drain, and then that's which ability score are we using?
I don't know if that would be. I guess skirmish because it's more careful. Careful in the explosive. But I don't.
It is
There's Tinker.
Tinker or Wreck
I-
would be my risky standard ones
Yeah.
that I would think. If we're using skirmish, probably risky limited.
I'll just do. I don't have points in either one of those, so Tinker it is.
And then you can push yourself, or you can, if you think of a fun devil's bargain for this situation.
Let's see. What was it that I figured something out last time? Was it pushing myself? It wasn't pushing myself twice.
Yeah, so you push yourself twice in order to get 2 effects, which was to
Oh, okay.
give you a +1 die, and then also to increase your effect level.
You know what? I'm gonna do that. Yep.
Okay, so 1 die, and then risky great. All right. Huh.
Oh.
So,
Huh. Huh.
okay. Desperate position.
Everyone was doing so good.
So you
I
take
just thought. Hey, me too.
and you cut this door open, right? This door that's locked.
Yeah.
And you are face to face with one of these weird quadrupedal monsters that is just basically jumped onto the train. And it is, now that you get a up close look at it, it does look like just some big fuck ass wolf with kind of like amorphous body shape that just kind of like changes and shimmers and shifts. It's real gross. What are you 2 doing about that? You're face to face with an
Well,
evil dog.
first I say, first time on a train too?
It howls at you in response.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I figured. Yeah, I'm nervous too. It's okay. Well, you're armed too. Just try to blow this thing away.
I'm starting to get the shakes because I was told this was going to be a subtle mission, and now it's starting to remind me of my time in Irondale.
This is war, soldier. We're criminals now. Well, I've been a criminal, but you're a criminal now.
I quit the army to avoid bloodshed and violence, but
You joined a
keep-
criminal organization. I cannot iterate that enough.
We're
That is-
supposed to be. I only take jobs that are like, spy craft kind of stuff.
Hey, it
I
started
do
that
have a
way.
submachine gun though, so I'll.
maybe we shoot this thing and then talk it out. This thing's
All
just
right.
watching us.
My aim is shaky, but I line up the shot and I go for a skirmish attack against it.
So for range attacks, usually it's going to be hunt, unless you're in like super
Oh,
close
okay.
quarters. Yeah.
Well, I'm good at both, so I'll go for a hunt then.
Okay, cool.
Would I
Risky
just
standard.
assist?
If you want to spend 1 stress, yeah, you could give him 1 die to assist somehow.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you. I rest my submachine gun on your head to stabilize
Yeah,
it.
I was gonna say, like, I just hold your wrist a little more steady. I got you.
And then so you'll give yourself 1 extra die for that roll then, Winter.
So that is the modifier plus 1d?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's risky standard.
Risky standard, yep.
Okay.
Oh,
I just can't get a success no matter what I do.
It's the most common result as a partial success. Okay. So I think yeah, you take and go to, you shoot this thing, and you take and fire like a first volley, and it kind of shakes and steps back into the other door, and then it opens up its mouth, and some weird, disgusting, goopy tendrils shoot out of its mouth and slash across your kind of forearms, and then you finish it off. That's going to be a tier 2 harm of shredded, unless you'd like to
I've
resist
been
that.
gooped. Oh,
I've been gooped.
I think I'll take the goop. But Silas is used to a bit of goop.
Yeah, and then
Get
also, if you are full up on harm levels, you get bumped up to the next one. So if both of your tier 2 harms are full, then you'll automatically, the next time you take a tier 2, be bumped up to tier 3, which incapacitates you until someone helps you out.
Okay, maybe I should resist it then.
And so that would be a prowess. You click on prowess, and you take 6 stress equal to whatever 6 stress minus the highest die result.
Where is prowess? Oh, the actual.
Yeah, just the word prowess.
Got it. And I just roll.
Yeah.
Ready?
All right, only 2 stress to take and just basically tank that. And yeah, you've been through worse. A lot worse. A lot worse.
Alrighty.
a lot worse.
Right. And the monster has been defeated. The door is open, and the other carriage is unlocked, and you can see that the the individual from your unit who is codenamed potentially the Wasp looks like they're trying to get something out of an overhead carriage, like overhead cabin thing on the train.
Interesting. I'll command the Wasp since I don't know if the command structure was like I was originally their commanding officer. Probably not if they're in this position of being an important intelligence agent now. But I'm gonna command them anyway because I have that as a kind of general purpose go-to for my character.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You've got in high stress situations, somebody might be willing to listen. Let's see, the command structure. You guys are probably equivalent for a while.
Okay.
I would
So
I would say risky limited, probably.
Okay.
And then before you
And
roll that,
can
we're gonna transition back.
all right.
Hi, you
Hello,
and
hi.
Firecracker, you have taken and there's one dead wolf. A second wolf split off to attack another carriage, and you hear some gunshots. That one's been taken care of. The bird on your face is done.
Okay.
And there is one final dog monster that is about to leap and pounce on one of you two.
Okay.
And you've got basically 2. There's a total of 4 of you, 2 NPCs, and then the 2 of you that are all able to hopefully take down this one. It looks pretty massive compared to the other one you killed, though.
You're comes where they call him Hero.
Can I... Man, I don't think Columbo's a big dog. I do think he's like a basset hound. Never mind. I'm not sticking my dog on this guy. Can I shoot it again, or am I out of bullets?
No, yeah, you get bullets until I tell you that you're out of bullets from some possible complication or failure.
Okay, I'm gonna try and shoot it. I'm gonna try and shoot it, right?
Momo, is your character assisting in shooting somehow? You get something else you might want to throw at this dog? Or shoot at this dog?
Can I supercharge the firearm rounds with my arc lighter?
Yeah, that sounds cool. So you could spend 1 stress to give Pine an extra dice, and that's how you do narratively the assist, by just superheating the bullets that Pine is shooting.
Okay. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, well, that's cool as shit.
That's very cool, yeah.
Yeah.
So modifier +1.
Yep.
And then still risky standard, or is this different?
Yeah, still risky standard.
Great. Look me.
Another partial. Okay. So now, Sienna. How often has Sienna superheated bullets before?
They've probably done it just like not necessarily in the middle of battle, just doing it as a hobby, maybe burn themselves a bit a few times.
Okay. Okay, as a hobby, you can make really cool ammo. So normally, right, you can take your time. However, this time, between the fact that these aren't bullets you're used to, they're probably not as high quality. Also, by the fact that you're in a tense situation, you overheat these things a lot, to the point that the final one that is shot takes and explodes in Pine's hand.
No.
It does not harm. It does not harm Hero, thankfully, through some sheer
I don't
luck.
got a gun anymore.
But your gun is gone for the rest of his heist. Yeah. And the big dog is defeated, but you are gunless, thanks to the other NPCs kind of finishing the job after your gun explodes in your hand. Your buddy Momo, you've been hanging out, he's like, what the hell do they teach you guys in whatever temp agency they hired you from? Superheat is not something you do in the middle of a conflict. That's a precise science.
You have to be on your feet when you're a temp. Anything could happen, really.
Oh, okay. Don't do that. Don't do that to my bullets. You keep your grubby little lighters away from my gun, okay?
I mean, are you sure? Because
Yes.
it's pretty cool.
Keep it away.
I'd argue it's very, very warm, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Okay.
Yeah,
And with
might
that,
be my favorite character.
the alarm takes and stops sounding. As you guys have defeated this little onslaught of people, we'll go ahead and cut back to Pancake. The alarm is still blaring because this was happening kind of sequentially. The lady's running after you. What are you doing with her baton in hand? You have some distance between the two of you now, like maybe 10, 15 feet. You are closer to the exit of a carriage than she is to you. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Is this carriage like sealed off or
No.
No.
So nothing bad has happened in this carriage, so it's normal. It's just letting you guys, the people in here, know, hey, bad stuff is happening.
okay?
Hunker down.
So I think I'm running. I'm straight up running, but I'm also like, why the sudden change of heart? We could do so much good together. You must be connected to care so much about this train. And I'm gonna pull out to defend myself. I am also probably gonna just hold up. So the arc lighter, it says that it can be used as a welding torch, which leads me to believe it's at least vaguely scary.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is the arc lighter.
Okay.
Sienna used the arc lighter burn up a hole in the back of the head of a weird fuck ass darkness monster
Yeah.
bird.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna add one for myself. So I'm gonna pull it out. It looks like a cigarette lighter out of my pocket. And I'm like, two can play at that game, but why the sudden change of heart? I'm running backwards, trying to defend myself with it, but mostly I'm trying to figure out why the heck she just, because we were vibing and then suddenly she's throwing things at me.
Okay. So what are you more concerned with? Getting information or running away?
I think I'm trying to get information at this point because I think basically nobody else is here. So if I'm doomed, I'm already doomed. So I'm like, may as well figure something out.
So which of your skills do you think you're going to be appropriate for getting information out there?
I was hoping for sway, but I would understand if you make me use command because I'm like arguing.
I could see sway. It's desperate limited, but I could see sway.
Okay. Okay.
And then you can push yourself for extra dice or for better effect to bring yourself to like desperate standard instead if you wanted.
I would love to push myself.
All right, that's 2 stress, and then you can either get +1 die or more effect.
I'll do more effect.
Alrighty.
So I do. Is it risky standard still? And
Desperate
then
standard.
Desperate standard. And then how do I do more effect?
So the effect level was limited, and now you
Oh,
brought it to standard.
okay. Okay. And then 2 stress.
Yep.
For doing that. Okay.
Okay, another partial. All right. Let's see. Huh. Okay. So.
And I think my main point as I'm like running backwards, trying not to get beat over the head or whatever, it's like, why do you care about the train so much then?
Okay. So. You take and. She says, I don't give a shit about the train. I care about what's on it. And then you go and you're running. And what you expect to be like a closed carriage door, it opens as somebody is trying to move between carriages.
Oh,
and you
God.
crash into them and send them tumbling off of the carriage under the tracks. And they are fucking dead. And you're now holding with one hand as you're also about to fall off into the tracks and wheels of the train. And while you're in that precarious position, figuring out what you're going to do next, you also hear this weird kind of like sonar sound start pinging. Like, it just pings like a sonar blip every couple of seconds as you're there after this person gets crushed under the wheels. And your character, again, you guys have lived in the city to know things, that is the death toll. Whenever someone dies, there is a little, basically, sonar ping sent out to the reality wardens, who are then supposed to come properly dispose of the body so they don't come back as a ghost. And it looks like this train has that, right? It's got some form of, hey, if someone dies, we make sure they don't turn into a ghost. And that's what you're hearing right now.
Okay.
So a reality warden somewhere on this train is now being dispatched to your location, as well as you hanging precariously off the bottom of the train.
Also before they got squished or as they got squished?
As they got squished.
Okay.
So basically, they died. You pushed them off the train and they died.
Fuck.
So, with that, let's go back to that command roll.
Oh, yeah, that's me. Yeah, so I approach the Wasp and I say, listen, we've been through a lot together. I know the horrors of war have affected us both, but you need to stop this, what you're doing, selling secrets to Blackthorn Park. And I'm bluffing a little bit because I'm not entirely sure that's what's happening, but that's what I'm stating, and I'm telling them to give it up because I've caught them.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be Desperate Great.
Desperate, great.
Yep.
Oh god.
Good luck over there.
Come on, bud.
Ooh.
Oh wow,
Alright,
my
let's
first success.
So,
That's
also something that that I've forgotten about until just now. Whenever you roll a desperate roll, you get 1 experience point, I believe, in the category that it was rolled. So for command, for example, that's 1 resolve XP. I've forgotten about that until
nice.
now. So that's something that as we're winding down, you can go back and thankfully Foundry keeps a log of everything. You can look at your desperate rolls. So, huh. Okay, let's go ahead and grab another. Let's see. Okay. So she takes and has her hand up in the, the above, basically luggage thing. And her hand is still in it, one hand, but she turns to you and says, selling, fuck you. I can't believe you think I would sell my country after I fought, nearly died for it alongside you, fucking dick. Oh my god.
Listen, I know about Lady Cow. I've got all of the information. You just need to come clean.
Clearly you don't have all of it, you fucking dickhead. God, you're even worse than you were in the army. I'm trying to Lady Cow is one of the Black Park operatives that I'm trying to kill, and you're getting in the way of it. And then she takes and pulls out what appears to be a silenced pistol from out of the carriage thing. She's not aimed it at you. But she just has it. She says, now if you could just go back to whatever boring, low-paying security bullshit you're working on after we got out, let me do my job for national security.
I can't let you. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Pop slides up, like vertically beside them. So, you're not gonna fucking believe what we're up to.
I don't know if Pop. I don't know if we should really be telling her.
I mean, telling her what? I haven't said anything.
But she's very shrewd, and she might pick up if you start, alluding to things.
We're up to something.
God damn it, Pop.
Up to.
So, doesn't say anything, but
What are you?
but there's no need to shoot us. Is all it really. Is. It's gonna be fine.
Wow. Oh,
Would you like a cigarette?
What the hell kind of security hall are you? What the fuck?
Listen, we're not here to work security for this shitty train. We're here to intercept the information that Lady Cow has. So we can both complete our missions, and maybe we should just join forces.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounds like maybe we're going in the realm of sway now, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes, but
I don't
Pop
mind
Pop.
leading that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you want to, Silas, you can spend one stress to give him an assist, if you want.
I will do that. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Oh,
Desperate Great again.
desperate. Oh, action. Desperate. Great. All right.
Let's go.
Hey.
So she has the silenced pistol at her side. Again, it wasn't pointed at you guys, but it was there. She says, "Huh. You guys aren't with the palace. So what outfit? You know what? I'm not gonna ask any questions. If you guys want to help me, sure, right? Just don't get in
That's
my way.
okay. We wouldn't know the answers anyway.
You know,
All right.
I think that's the most believable thing you two have said to me all night.
So you kill the lady cow, and we'll take her documents, and we'll go our separate ways.
Okay.
See that, right?
Yeah. Easy as that. And she takes and puts the silenced pistol, like, tucks it away in her person. Yeah. So, Pancake.
It would be crazy if one of us almost fell off the train. Hard cuts.
So yeah, Pancake, what are you
Well-
doing?
Have any of you all heard of the trolley problem? Because, well, do I have news for you? Okay. So, sorry, I just need to orient myself once again. So I'm running away. The one lady is still.
Lord, you're
No, I think that upon seeing you fall off of the train, because she would also hear that siren, that little,
Yeah.
because anyone who's within
Yeah.
like 10, 15, 20 feet, something like that, hears it when someone
Okay.
dies. So she's gonna hear that, and I think that luckily for you, she's gonna assume that you just fucking bit the dust.
Incredible.
So she's not a problem anymore. Actually, you would see her maybe walk between carriages with her baton turned off and stowed away. But you still have the problem that you are about to fall into this, extremely lethal train tracks.
You know, it'd be really cool if I had something helpful in my little pocket.
Do you have something helpful in your little pocket?
Let's find out. Let's find out if I have.
loaded up with things to
Could I, what would I have?
Climbing
guess-
gear.
Uh, hmm,
Everything that's under general is available to everybody, regardless of class. So you've got like
Okay.
burglar gear, climbing gear, stuff like that.
could I sell you on like burglary gear, like suction cups? Can I like
Oh my god.
flip to like the outside of the train and then like go in through the roof?
The climbing gear does have suction cups.
Okay, so that is more climbing gear.
It does, yeah. Look at it has climbing harness, loops, carabiners, suction cups.
No fucking way. That's
Okay.
incredible.
So I guess that's what I'm doing, if that's the one that has it.
Okay, yeah.
So
So,
I'm
you're
gonna,
using your
like-
climbing gear to get yourself out of this perilous
Yeah.
situation.
I'm gonna swing to the outside of the train and then climb onto the roof and then like open a hatch and try to get back in.
Okay, yeah. I think that there's remembering you have climbing gear. I think you can do all that without a roll. I think that just kind of negates that consequence. And I think trading one of your inventory slots, which you're already kind of limited on, to escape that feels like a good trade. So, yeah, you're back in the train. Everything's hunky dory. I think that you take and come down through the hatch and meet back up with everybody. Who, after the alarm goes off, you have like the head security guy who's Momo's buddy is like, all right, guys, take your union mandated 15, and then get back on your patrols.
Oh my god.
And you take and hatch down in front of her with everybody else. So what are we doing?
Yep.
Incredible.
I kind
You
of
know-
just crumple onto the floor. I'm like, so what have you all been up to? And I curl up on the floor and I just fall asleep.
You look like you almost fell off a train. The Gen 2 version of this gang is so much more capable. Just say, holy shit, this has gone way better than any heist in the original gang. Okay. So we have a spy. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, I guess the Hornet would be with you guys, or the Wasp. I keep forgetting her name.
The
The Green
Wasp.
Hornet.
Yeah, the Wasp. Thank you. Someone's keeping track of names for me.
I
The
write
Wasp.
things down.
So she like is accompanying the two of you, and then shows up with the rest of this gaggle of people, and she says, Oh my god, why did you bring so many people for a stealth mission? If that's what this is supposed to be. Oh my god.
We're really good at being quiet if all of the people on the train are us.
Okay, I think
if they're-
Fiona's like,
I think I'm starting to know
No.
why I don't know why we weren't briefed on you folks being here. Because you guys aren't in any way capable enough to be on our radar until now.
okay, Sienna is going to be like, yeah, we're definitely spies too. And then they like duck between some chairs that are like further back, and then they put on their nondescript change of clothes, and then they come out and they're just like, hey, what are you guys doing here?
Whoa, where'd they go?
Are you... Okay.
Hey, what's your name? All of you.
Oh, I'm Archibald
just
Pop Pop,
taking
last
a-
name, full legal name.
Well, no, Hero's just taking a sip out of his flask labeled Pop Pop Special Juice.
Good.
And then Sienna is like, see, did you know that I am actually the person you just saw? My name is Sienna. Nice to meet you. You can hire me to be a spy for you if you want. Maybe.
It was obvious the whole time that it was you. You just went behind those chairs
No.
and changed disguise and then came back.
You-
I don't know what
you-
you're expecting.
You didn't
Could've
say
did
that
fool me.
until I just revealed myself just now.
Yeah, that's
So-
that's what someone that doesn't want to admit they were wrong would say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sienna puts out a fist bump because they're pretty sure you're talking to him, but they
Yeah,
also don't
yeah.
know.
Yeah. Pop Pop fist bumps.
Okay.
Hero passes
He didn't
Silas the
know.
flask of Pop Pop's Special Juice.
How the hell did I end up on this crew?
You didn't know. It's okay to admit. We're not
I
all
think-
perceptive.
I think Ezra also goes for a fist bump, but they aren't paying attention and they've got their arc lighter stuck between their fingers like a Wolverine claw.
Oh my god.
Sienna like pats the sides of their hands, trying to avoid, like trying to still give them something, but not get covered in glass.
Okay. All right.
Amazing. Beautiful.
So,
Anyway, so yeah, we've got like an Avengers situation going on.
all right. That the information drop is supposed to happen in about 10 minutes. So I guess you guys are on guard duty. I don't really know what any of you are good at, other than not being a spy. And she looks right at Sienna.
Sienna's like, you are also trying to make it seem like you knew who I was. I'm not falling for it. But, we can leave that here. We don't need to start anything because you were wrong. That's okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go sit in
I
the
can
dining
forgive.
car, and then you guys can take and follow me in a couple of minutes
perhaps-
after. Hopefully, not all 5 of you at once. Hopefully, you guys can come in a little more discreet than that. And in about 10 minutes, I'll give you the signal, which is going to be me pulling out my gun, and then we're going to deal with this handoff, and then get out. And then I've got a pickup coming for me at the next stop. I don't know how you jokers are getting home, but we'll go our separate ways.
Well, you see, there, I was delivering, tea and lovely things, and there's a very scary lady in the dining car. Yep, she's very fun, but also she did try to beat me over the head.
What?
Not very nice.
Wait, you were attacked by an old lady?
I mean, why do you
Yeah.
why do you think I came from the roof?
You came from the roof?
I
I'm-
did
I
fall
don't-
from. Where else do you think I came from? I fell from the roof.
I don't know. Sienna wasn't Sienna just now, and a lot of people have died, and there was a bird with its wings cut off, and a lot has happened. I'm stressed. I don't.
You and me both. And I go back to my nap, and I'm holding my thumbs up. I'm just-
Okay. You know what? You guys could do whatever you want. I'm gonna go protect national state secrets. You guys, if you want to help just again, don't get in my way. And she
What if
takes
what
as
if
she goes to
instead of
walk away.
you
She's like,
protect them
"What?"
by yourself, what if you just tell us and we can protect them?
That's what I've been. I told. Jesus fuck.
No.
Okay.
All right, ignore these idiots. We'll go. We'll get Lady Cow. You kill her. I'm gonna take Sienna with me because I don't trust. She
No,
seems.
I'm going with your friend here because we can do whatever we want apparently. And that's where I want to go.
Sienna and I are old drinking buddies, and they seem like they're clearly drunk.
Hell yeah, we are. No, I'm
Told them to lay off the booze tonight of all nights, but
sometimes like, you know, the people on the train, they just leave their like bottles behind. Like they haven't even finished them. Someone's got to. So
Is that what happened to my drink?
Are we not
if
supposed to be drunk?
god damn it.
Hero's still sipping from Pop Pop's special juice glass.
Yeah.
He passes it over to Pop Pop.
Big swig.
She takes and she's just going to walk off, go towards the dining car, and she's like, just don't fuck this up for me. I don't care what you do.
you got it. Sienna is like close following you.
Oh, okay, all right. She
We
goes.
all need bodyguards sometimes. It's okay.
Yeah, of course. She takes and goes and sits down at the dining car in a nice kind of middle of the car position. And are you gonna sit across from her? Or are you gonna sit next to her?
Not. Sienna is gonna sit like at the very end of one side, like being like a bodyguard that's just keeping an eye on everything.
Okay. All right. What about you guys? Are you guys also gonna hang out in the dining car in position? Or are you guys gonna do something else?
I'd like to be like kind of between cars outside the door.
You don't want to be between cars, no.
Well,
you do
not in the
not.
way that you were. In a different way.
Wait, Pop Pop, you've got jetpacks, don't you? Maybe
do.
you could fly alongside the car.
I don't
Look
believe
it.
in myself enough to do that. I'm not confident.
Oh, Pop
I believe in you.
Oh.
We believe in you.
I'm going to hang out outside the door.
Having
of
a
the car
robotic
in
smoke
case
break.
in case anything goes wrong, so I can be ready. So I'm basically just prepping with a gun out outside the car.
Okay. All right. So outside the dining carriage, Sienna's in the dining carriage. Where's the three of y'all?
Well, I don't trust the dining carriage, so I think I'm hanging out with Pop Pop.
Okay. Also having a smoke break.
Just both posted up.
Reliving your past
sides of the
traumas
door.
of falling off the train almost.
Yeah.
All right. Pine, what's Hero
Can
doing?
you imagine falling off of one of these?
Definitely
still doesn't know.
not. Wow. No. I would never imagine that.
I think Hero's probably also in the dining car trying to find like a good spot to either try and swipe the stuff once the wasp kills this person, or swap stuff out. He's got a folder of documents to try and fool the people, fool the
Interesting.
masses. It was one of the things that you could grab. I was like, yeah, I'll take some documents. That'll help.
Okay.
Probably. I
And
don't
lastly,
know.
what's Mr. Baker doing? Silas.
Well, I've got a silenced pistol, so I've got that prepped and ready to go, just in case things go south. I'm still not sure if the wasp is going to try and betray us or not, so I'm getting ready to react to whatever happens.
Okay. Cool. So about 15-ish minutes go by then. You guys are all in position, and into the dining car first walks in someone who is in like They're also in a really, really nice suit, but it's something about it. Something about it just feels. You know, none of you from a high class background. Yeah, so never mind. And what appears to all of you is a really nice suit. Um, and then after another couple of minutes, somebody else takes and sits down across from them at their little table, and the two of them take and have a discussion. They eat some cake, and then you guys will see the wasp pull out her gun. Luckily, somehow this dining car is completely empty of other people. I guess nobody has an appetite after the horrible monster attack. And she says, "All right, yep, cool. Hands up, no funny business. Nothing going on here. Just taking. Why don't you go ahead and hand those documents over, and we can go our separate ways." She says to the two people sitting down, and both of the people sitting down taken and immediately just from their under their sleeves, bullets just start being shot in her direction, and she does a really cool dodge roll out of the way. What are we doing?
Sienna is in this car. Yes.
Yes, you're on. I think you and Hero are on opposite ends of the car, from what it sounded like. With the wasp kind of in the middle, who's now been shot at with a flurry of I guess concealed pistols, and is now doing really cool acrobatic maneuvers to dodge them as things are kicking off.
Sienna is okay. We are in the dining car, so Sienna just starts picking up plates and glasses and stuff and throwing it at the people, throwing it at their feet, trying to mess them up.
Okay. What's your action ratings you think you're gonna use for that?
I don't know.
Okay. So what's the intention? You're trying to trip them up, trying to hurt them?
Trying to throw them off, yeah.
Okay.
Not necessarily aiming to do damage, because these are plates versus she has an actual gun.
That probably sounds the closest to tinker, I would think, or
Okay.
maybe finesse.
Oh man, I don't have points in either of those. I will do finesse.
Okay. And then you can push yourself if you want to get an extra die, or you could take a devil's bargain. Be a devil's bargain.
And sorry, go ahead. Actually, I want to know.
You take and as you go, I think the devil's bargain will be that regardless of whether you succeed in, throwing these guys off, you're gonna see a really nice set of spoons, and it's gonna draw all of your attention.
I at the beginning of this, I was like, man, I hope I have a chance to get spoons, and I fucking forgot. Yes, I'm gonna take the devil's bargain.
Okay, and then you can also, so you've got a +1 die modifier to this roll, and after you do this roll, success or failure, your character will become kind of entranced by these really nice spoons, and will be out of the action for a round or so.
What was the effect?
So you'll give yourself, it's a risky standard, and then you'll give yourself +1 modifier.
Okay.
A 6. Miraculously, you take and perfectly dome one of these guys with a plate, and that takes and distracts them enough for her to get a shot off and not kill them. It doesn't look like, but she hits them in the shoulder, and they take and duck behind one of the dining cars for cover. And then as you're getting ready to throw something else in their direction, you have these spoons. They're like your favorite brand. They're your favorite brand of spoons that you take and you pass by the shop all the time, and you're like, man, I really wish I had a nice set of spoons like that. And so you just start grabbing all of the spoons that you can see on the tables.
Hell
And
yeah, I'm
that's
putting
gonna-
them in my bandolier, just tucking them in.
Sienna, what the hell are you doing? We're in a firefight.
Look, have you seen these? And then they're just looking at
Good
them in
spoons.
awe. Hold it. Yeah, see, you have
Door
good taste.
open now.
Yeah.
from the
Alright.
other end of the car.
Hero,
He,
what do you
he
do?
does not.
Would you let me send my dog to try and steal these documents?
I thought you were gonna say the spoons.
Okay, so now this
Oh.
is. So now this is. I just want to hear how the dog has been kept. Like, has the dog been in like luggage this whole time, and you just give like a whistle and they burst onto the scene?
It's a yip situation.
No, the dog's been hanging out.
Oh, the dog's been
Emotional
with you this whole
support.
time. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Why wouldn't Columbo be with me the whole time?
That's a good
The
point.
security team wanted them as an emotional support dog for some reason.
He's got the little vest.
He's got a little vest. He's got a little hat.
Okay. And so, which of your action ratings do you think makes sense to command your dog to go steal a thing?
So, I'm reading over the thing for the loyal pet, which is why I'm like, yeah. I think.
He is an expert hunter. His quality is
Yeah.
equal to your crew tier +1. Y'all's crew tier is tier 0. So he is a tier 1 dog. So if you would, would you consider going and fetching a briefcase falling under the line of hunting?
I was going to try and convince you of that, but I was also like, I would also try and convince you of survey, which is this idea of like, no, I think if you would let me do it as hunting. I mean, he's a hunting dog, and he knows what he's doing. He's a little guy.
You can read legalese.
So
You wouldn't deny a little guy.
I guess part of hunting, if he's a hunting dog, I guess they do have to like go fetch things. Like, oh, I shot
Yeah.
that duck, go get it. I guess I could see that. Yeah. I guess I could see that. So he gets 1d6. So you'll do a fortune roll for him, basically.
Right.
And then it'll be 1d6 that he's rolling. And his position is risky standard. Oh, I don't think that matters for a fortune roll. I think it's just
I was gonna
success
say,
or
it
failure.
doesn't look like it. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Fuck.
Oh. Yeah, so he takes and I think he he takes and he goes to run for the briefcase that's now been like it was on the table, and then in all the gunfighting it was in kind of knocked onto the floor, and then he sees one of Siena's plates. Then it's like, oh, frisbee. And he turns around to go chase that, and then bonks his little noggin on the probably into Pop Pop, who's opened the door to try to come in. You said that right? That you opened up the door?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you catch the plate, and the dog bonks into you and then sits there waiting for you to throw the frisbee again.
What if I throw it back in at them? Redirect.
So yeah, you two are outside. What are you doing? The door's open. Are you gonna take and throw the frisbee for the dog and like actually try to do that as your action, or just like, oh, go fetch boy and then do something else?
What if I throw the frisbee back in the direction of Lady Cow, and hopefully the dog will pick up on like, oh yeah, shit, I had some stuff to do, and
Thank you. If Columbo fell off the train, I would find Rain and kill him myself.
Okay. Let's see.
Is this sway?
Sway the dog.
It's like the butterfly meme. Is this sway?
Yeah, but probably limited. I could see it.
That's-
Risky limited.
That's fine. That's all I
Okay.
need.
I think now we're gonna introduce another mechanic. I think now it's time for it. This is gonna be a briefcase obtained clock. Clocks are basically just a way to track an ongoing conflict in a way that you guys can see what is actually happening, like how tracking your success and stuff like that. So this is going to be a 6-segment clock called Briefcase Obtained. I'm going to stick it here in the middle of the map. Once this is filled up, you guys have the briefcase. So go ahead and let's get this started. Look with the dog.
Excellent. Okay.
All right, partial success. You do it, but there's a consequence. So because it was limited, that's worth one tick. And then let's see. I think desperate position. You take and throw the frisbee for the dog to start catching, to go chase again. And pancake. Did your character also enter, or are you hanging outside of the train still?
Well, I have a question.
Yeah.
Because originally, Ezra and Pop Pop were hanging out in the doorway, probably having a chat. Was there time before shit went down that Ezra would know about all the weird nonsense they were fighting? Or did they not have time to chat?
Weird nonsense. What do you mean?
Like catching up on everything that Ezra's
the fucked up wolves that they saw
Yeah.
Oh,
that
yeah.
were like wiggly and creepy.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure there would have been time to update
shapeshifting.
you on the horror. I mean, your character like knows of Deathlands monsters. That's the thing that everybody just knows exists outside
Yeah.
of the safety of the city.
So, I'm trying to think how helpful do I want to be to y'all currently, or I have a vice of weird. I might want to just go look at the
Oh,
see
no.
if there's any of the weird spirits left over that y'all dealt with that I could talk to on top of the train.
Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to help out in this gun battle that's currently happening, or as this is the desperate position? You take, and as you're sitting there looking as to what's going on, if you look back in the carriage, you see several security holes making their way towards this situation.
I don't think I'm very helpful in a fight right now, so I think I'm gonna climb back onto the roof.
Don't necessarily have to fight.
Well, but the spirits though, what if they like the top of the train? I wanna look for the spirits that I
Shoot
the,
Ezra.
Okay, look for the spear. So what do you want to look for them? What do you try to do?
I want I want them to because they're dead now. Yeah. So I want to see if the weird animals with all their animal instincts would have like there's any other details that they would have noticed beforehand before we got here.
You want to, so you want to do the druid thing of like talking to the squirrels to see if they know anything that's happened, but with dead Deathlands monsters.
Exactly, and I'm on top of the train while I'm doing it.
Okay. So which of your skills are you going to use to do that?
Medium.
Okay, so that's the ability that modifies what you're doing. So that gives you +1 die in potency when you do that. But which of your skills are you going to use to do this? That's a modifier.
I feel like probably either. Well, wouldn't it be a 2?
It would be, yes.
Because I'm like tapping into.
So normally this would be a limited. I would say actually this would be 0 effect, because asking these weird monsters what they know is probably not going to get you anything. But because you're a medium, that brings it to limited effect.
Yeah.
And you have +1 die to do it. So risky,
Okay.
limited, and you've got a +1 modifier.
Okay. Risky, limited, +1. Everyone remember that Ezra's friends are not sane. Probably they aren't either.
Okay. That's incredible.
Jesus Christ.
All right. So,
You know what? Hell yeah.
so you take and you do this little ritual on top of the train to bring forth the dead spirits of these monsters and ask them if there's anything helpful that they can do about this situation, anything that they can tell you. That's what you're doing?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Cool. So one of
Precisely.
the fuck-ass wolves takes and lifts its paw and points behind you, and you can see that woman with the glasses, who had like the glasses and the fur coat, who's now in like a sleek kind of burglar cat suit. Looks like she is planting an explosive on the top of the carriage. The dining carriage.
How far away is she?
One
Like,
carriage.
this would. Okay. In that case, I'm going to run at her and try to throw her off the side of the train.
Okay, cool. We'll come back to that in a second. Let's go back to our friends under the train, who are. So you're spooned. Hero, you had the dog. Landon, you've swayed the dog to,
I've gotten the dog back on track.
and now the desperate position is that you take and you hear the clanks of security holes on the carriage, on the carriage nearby, your end of the carriage. So they're not in the dining carriage, but they're in the next carriage over, and they're heading your way.
But shit. We gotta get those documents. Well, might as well dead sprint and fling myself at Lady Cow, right? Just
Okay. All right. So you're running.
restrain the target.
Is there anyone who can assist him by trying to maybe pin down? The one person was shot in the shoulder, but they're still firing. They're kind of peeking up. The other person is laying down suppressive fire from what appears to be a subcoil gun, similar to the one that Baker has.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I think I'm in a good position to help, but so I have an ability called military discipline, which allows me to push myself without consequence in a fight. Can I roll, like, do the push myself and then roll to see, or like if I'm facing a consequence, can I roll to see how much stress I would lose and then choose to do military discipline, or do I have to declare the military discipline first?
So you would use military discipline first. You would basically go, I'm going to expend a use of my military discipline to resist that consequence.
Okay. Well, so I think I will use military discipline in my attack against assisting Pop in trying to wrestle the briefcase guardian to the ground.
Okay. So it sounds like you're doing maybe the roll, and then Pop's providing the finishing move here.
Probably
Yeah.
would be better considering Pop does not have much in the way of physical stuff.
All right, so you'll take one stress to assist, and then Winter, you're the one that's doing the roll. So which of your skills are you using to basically set Pop up for the finish here? Ideally.
So so I at the beginning had my silenced pistol at the ready, and I feel like that combined with the wasp distracting them and all the other weird shit that has happened to distract them would give me kind of an advantage in shooting at the briefcase holder.
Yeah, I'd say you're
Blow
probably
out their ankle.
you're in a controlled position because of everything that's going on. They're not super focused on you. So if you do have consequences, they're not as bad. And then if you were to push yourself with military discipline, you could give yourself great effect.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
So I don't actually have a thing on the sheet to keep track of your special resources like that, because that's not something that Base Blades has. So for now, I'm doing it with heavy armor doesn't exist in this system. So your first usage of heavy is marked, or your first usage of military discipline is marked with the heavy checkbox, and then your second usage is the special checkbox, because heavy and special armor don't exist in Blade 68. So that's how we're keeping track
Alright.
of those special resources.
Makes sense to me.
And so which of your skills are you using?
So I will use the hunt skill to shoot to wound the briefcase holder.
Awesome. All right, yeah, so that's going to be controlled great.
And do I get a +1 from
So,
pop-pops?
yes, you do.
Okay.
Mhm.
This is still fail catastrophically. I
Well,
know it.
thankfully, since it's controlled, if you do fail, the consequences are, not nearly as
Oh,
bad.
okay.
And man,
Ugh.
mm, another partial. Okay, so you hesitate. You can withdraw and try a different approach, or you can do it with a minor consequence. So I think what makes sense here for a minor consequence is that you just have reduced effect as maybe you get ready to fire and they just so happen to dodge out of the way and you don't hit them nearly as squarely as you do.
Okay, I get kind of a messy hit on there.
Yeah, so that'll be worth 2 segments instead of 3 on the clock.
All right.
All right. So yeah, you take and you get a basically another kind of wounded shot. That it's mostly like a graze, but it is still good to take and reveal that hey, there's more pressure in this situation. The dog as well. Let's see, that was a partial with limited. That was how we started this with the 1. Yeah. So that was the dogs. So, Hero, what are you doing?
I have points in Prowl, which allows me to traverse skillfully and quietly. I think because the only thing I have done is try to sick my dog on someone, and my dog did not really go through with that, I can't imagine that they're really noticing him. I would like to try and see if he can get over there and, just snatch the briefcase.
Okay. So, that sounds risky standard, but you can
Right.
take, and there's another mechanic we can introduce here called trading position for effect. So, if you do risky standard, you'd only get 2 segments on a success. If you were to instead change it to desperate great, if you succeed, you would fill that clock up and obtain the briefcase. But if you fail, the consequences are the worst they can be.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's do it.
All right. So desperate, great, and you can also, if you want to spend 2 stress, you can push yourself to get an extra die as well.
Yeah. Let's. Yeah.
Can I provide some covering fire for the dog?
Yeah, if you want to
With
spend 1 stress.
Alrighty, I'll do that.
Take and keep their attention focused on you, and hopefully Hero can slip in here, grab the briefcase, and skedaddle.
That's the plan.
Is this now +2 then?
Yes.
Wonderful. Come on.
You get so many dice, it can't possibly go wrong. Well,
Fuck.
it's a partial, so you will fill the briefcase up. You will obtain it, and how does this go badly for you? Let's see.
Hero fucking dies.
We'll postpone that consequence because I think it's going to play into Pancake here. Dealing with this explosive on the top of the train.
Oh,
So I
no.
have kind of a batshit insane sequence of events in mind. So let me know how much of this I can pull off at once. So my ultimate plan, okay, is I want to run over to this crazy lady. I want to, so Lauren can be a distraction for me. And Lauren is broken bits of like a mirror. So I'm hoping that Lauren can blind the crazy lady so I can throw her off the train and then disarm the bomb.
Okay. So disarming it would be separate, depending on how this first one goes.
Yeah.
So we're let's see. Can the cohort? I guess Lauren. Yeah, Lauren could provide assistance and be involved in these consequences.
Yeah.
So I think Lauren, the best way to handle Lauren is probably I think Lauren brings you from, because trying to traverse the gap and then get up to her, I think would have been desperate limited. But I think with Lauren, that brings you to desperate standard.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, desperate standard. And then
And Can I take stress to make that better?
You can take stress to bring it up to desperate great, or you can give yourself an extra die. Because this sounds like prowl, most likely, from what you're describing of, traversing this gap between carriages and then also running up to her. Usually that would be prowl. If you have a different thing in mind,
I was kind of thinking finesse just because that's the one I have the points in, but
yep, finesse would probably be desperate 0 effect. So that would bring you up to limited with Lauren, and then you could push yourself to bring it up to standard.
so then it would be standard grade with
Desperate
finesse.
standard with finesse.
I'll just do prowl then, and I'll take a bunch of stress to make it better. So I'll do prowl.
Okay.
So
And
that would
then
be
a +1
yeah,
modifier from pushing yourself.
okay. So risky standard for prowl.
So it's desperate
des-
either way, but it would have been desperate 0 effect with finesse, desperate limited effect with prowl,
Okay, desperate limited with prowl,
and then
and then
push yourself to get extra effect. You can bring it to desperate standard with 0 dice. If you have 4 stress to spare, you could do desperate standard with 1 die.
I don't have 4. I only have 3 to spare, so I'll do desperate standard.
Okay, with 0 die, then. No modifier.
Yeah,
All right.
and then I take 2 stress for doing that.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So. You take and the act of jumping between cars is a really difficult thing to do when there's this much wind in your face. And you'd take and jump over, and you do this like really cool, like it slows down, and it looks like you're gonna make it, and then you just take and there's a nice big gust of wind that makes you fall short, and you kind of collapse and fall and tumble your way into the dining car, and that's gonna be. I think you're gonna knock yourself unconscious with that, because
So
that would
I
be a
do-
tier
I
3
do-
horror.
I do have my climbing tools though. Would that help me at all?
Oh, actually, I guess that would have brought it from desperate to risky. Yeah, that's true. So then you're not knocked unconscious. You just fall really hard for a tier 2 harm of battered as you tumble into the dining car. However, the lady with the bomb is uncontested, which is now going to feed into Hero's situation.
I tried.
So you grab the
It's
briefcase,
okay.
right? And
Yeah.
everybody, like, there's again, you grab the briefcase, and how do you celebrate? What do you do as you immediately grab the briefcase?
Immediately looks to make sure my dog's okay.
Yeah. So you take in, and the dog, like, I think the dog had like managed to grab after the suppressing fire and the bullets. The dog had like managed to grab onto the ankle of somebody, and like distracted them enough for between the wasp and Pop and Baker to just finish off these guys. You've got the briefcase, it's secured, everything's hunky-dory, kaboom. The bomb on the top of the carriage goes off, and oh boy.
Did I?
Boy.
Surely I had time to say bomb before I fell or
I think-
slid in or whatever.
Yeah, maybe that's the kaboom. Maybe you say kaboom, and it's like, what does that mean? And then big kaboom.
Oh no.
And the train is derailed
Oh fuck.
into the Deathlands. All of you guys are in a pretty bad spot. And I think as you kind of like you're fading in and out of consciousness, the last things that you would see would be like headlights maybe from an autopod, and you guys are all kind of packed up into a big truck, and you're fading out of consciousness. The Hornet looks bad. You see some guys in suits with little earpieces There's some chatter that you can't quite make out, and then yeah, you take and wake up in like a police station, but it's not exactly like a regular police station. I'm sure some of you have spent some time in one of those. It's like an interrogation site.
100 years ago.
Yeah, 100 years ago. There's taking and kind of all of you are in your own separate rooms, and sitting across from you is, in your case, Baker. The person sitting across from you in this little police interrogation room is Fellows, and then for everybody
Damn
else,
it.
there's just like just some well-dressed individual wearing a sharp suit, slicked back hair, well groomed, and they all basically ask you, kind of the same question of, so who the fuck are you? And
Who the fuck are you, fellows?
that's where that session ends. What actually happens in that interrogation room will be part of the aftermath, which we'll go through and do now. So after a score, we get to tally up how it went. Also, before this started, I was supposed to give you guys how much this was supposed to be paid. So let me do that now. You guys are tier 0. This is a tier 3 faction, was the main target. You might be tier 1. I'll have to double check. So this pays 6 coins total, or 6 stacks total. So let's put on some fun, swanky music. After that intense time we had. All right, aftermath. So, let's see. Heat. After a job, the crew takes heat according to the nature of the operation. 0 heat. Smooth and quiet, low exposure. I don't think so. 2 heat. Contained. Standard exposure. Probably not. 4 heat. Loud and chaotic. High exposure. We're getting there. Or 6 heat. Wild, devastating exposure. What do you guys think? 4 or 6?
I mean, 4. Only one person died, so
We're also in the middle of the desert. It is not nearly as high of exposure as it could be.
They don't really know who we are. They just know we were up to some shady stuff.
That's
Yeah,
true.
we're
Their
up to
question literally
something.
was, "Who the fuck are you?"
Okay.
Well, except I'm pretty sure in the
Pancake, don't dig a hole deeper than it has to be.
I
So I think
True,
I
though.
think
It's
4
okay to lie.
I think 4 is a good baseline. Okay. So, add extra heat for a high profile or well connected target. So, Blackthorn Park is not high profile. They're like, they're a spy agency. Well connected though. So that's +1. It did not happen on hostile turf. This was in the middle of nowhere. You guys are not at war with anybody. Add +2 heat if killing was involved. Whether the crew did the killing or not, bodies draw attention. So that brings us up to 6. Add +1 heat if explosives were used. Everyone looks at Momo.
Listen, I
Add-
just supercharged stuff. I didn't explode anything yet.
Actually, yeah, you know what? That's true. You didn't actually throw any bombs, and the explosives were used weren't y'all's part, so that one doesn't count for y'all. And add +1 heat if military grade weapons were used.
I don't think they were really military grade. They were kind of civilian grade.
How did you kill?
Civilian grade submachine gun.
How did you kill the
Yeah.
the monster again with the submachine coil gun, a military grade firearm noted for its compact size and rapid fire capability?
I'm rolling to sway on this.
Is this sway?
Is this way? All right, so that brings us to the 7. So 7 heat for this job. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the wanted level track goes from up to 9. So if you get 9 or more heat, you acquire a wanted level, which basically makes the aftermath worse. So you're not there yet. but pretty big job. All right. So let's see. Oh, Imperial Mandate. This is a new thing. So with the right combination of abilities and claims, the crew might permanently stay at 0 heat and never gain a wanted level. If their crimes are high profile, which they probably are if the crew is gaining rep and going up in tier, someone in power will notice. Okay. Well, that's a thing that I do behind the screen. I'll ponder that between this and next session to see if whether or not that becomes relevant. Let's see. And harm complications. Each PC rolls for any harm complications. Roll a number of dice equal to your total amount of harm. So for every box you have filled in, you will roll that many d6s, and you'll take the highest result and consult the following table that corresponds to your highest level of harm. So that's for our non-hulls in the group is on page 202 of the PDF.
I love how my harm is just being very badly embarrassed.
What page?
So that starts on page 202 of the PDF, 192 of the number in the corner of the book.
I typed in 52, so it's good to have asked because I was like, do I just go with it?
192 in that one.
Yes, that is where it starts for your harm complications. So if your highest level of harm is 2, then you're rolling on the tier 2 harm table. If the highest is 1, on the 1 harm table. And then you're rolling a total number of dice equal to your total numbers of harm. So you have 2 harms total. You have drowsy and battered. So you will roll 2d6 and take the highest result, and then consult the tier 2 harm table.
Okay. So 2d6. Do it for fortune, gather information.
It doesn't matter. We're just looking for the raw result. You got a 3. No complications, so you're good. You're no worse for wear from being drowsy and battered.
So, do I just delete them out of my box?
Yeah, just get rid of both of those. Ooh, hero.
Okay.
Well, all right. So you had the 1 harm that was fucked up by birth,
Yeah.
and you rolled a 5.
This character must use one of their downtime activities to indulge vice during the personal business phase. They take -1 D the first time they do.
Okay. Makes sense. You got fucked up by a bird pretty bad.
Yeah.
All right.
What do I click to roll the harm?
Just pull up the dice roller, the little thing in the top. If you got token control selected in the top left, you should see a little thing called dice roller underneath.
Okay,
the
and
menu.
it's a single
Yeah,
2D?
It's 1d6 for you.
What?
Because you only
It's
got 1 harm.
Got it. And it's just fortune?
Yeah.
Okay.
4.
4.
So I think that is the same thing. Yep, self-medicate. You
Shaking.
must use one of your downtime activities to indulge vice during the personal business phase. Because you have a tier 2 harm, is your highest level.
Oh, yeah.
And then, Landon, did you take any harm?
Nope. I got drained.
Alrighty. So, that's our harm complications. And now we take and let's see, it looks like the book has it do unwind, but we need to do personal business because not all of you might be here. Well, I guess what that would mean is that I guess to keep a good flow for things, it's personal business at the start of each session going forward. I guess that makes sense. Does that make sense? Because obviously some people won't be here, so I guess we should probably take care of business at the end of each session. That way we're not forgetting between sessions. Okay. If it's a month before you play again. Alright. So personal business, that starts on 174 of the PDF. 164 of the number in the corner of the book. And you take and get 2 downtime actions from this list of things. None of you have a backing faction, so don't worry about that. You can indulge in your vice, which 2 of you have to do. You can work on a long-term project, which is anything under the sun. If your character wants to basically work on something during downtime that's like a personal thing that isn't solvable in like a short amount of time, that's a long-term project. You can recover, which I don't think recovering is the same. Oh, okay, no, it is. So you take and fill up the clock, and then you clear all of your level 1 harms. Okay. And then this doesn't do the thing where if you take damage before you clear it, it resets the clock. Okay, good. You can reduce heat, so you can do something to make it where the cops aren't after you guys as much. You can take and acquire an asset of some sort for if you want to like have something for a later job. You can also do a training montage for good XP. Oh, that's a good point, Momo. The train explosion. Did a bunch? I guess technically speaking, it bumped you all up to 3, but it also ended the score. Yeah, I think for this first one, we'll not worry about it. We'll say that the harm was more just the shock of your basically the explosion going off, knocking you guys out rather than actually hurting you, so to speak. Yes, you get XP from your desperate rolls.
How do we look at how many desperate rolls we have?
You just scroll back up through the chat and look for your name where it says desperate. There is unfortunately no easy way to do that. That's one of those things where as you play, you start to remember to mark them.
You can
as you
control F desperate
go. What?
and scroll through the chat.
Oh, right, because this is a browser for you guys. Right.
Yeah.
So you guys have a way easier time doing than I do.
Do you get, if it's a partial success, do you get experience or only a success?
As long as it was a desperate roll, you get XP regardless whether you succeed, fail, or partial.
Ah, cool. And how exactly does the experience work?
So you get experience for whatever skill tree that was for. So like, if the skill that the desperate roll is for falls under prowess, then you click the little prowess track. There's like those little notches to the right side of prowess, insight, and resolve.
Ah,
That's what those are for.
Yeah.
and
Hooray.
if we get all 6 notches filled, we get like a dot of our
Yes.
choice?
Yeah, you get a dot for any of
cool.
the skills under insight, prowess, or resolve, whichever one you maxed out.
Wait,
You have to look.
did I do that? I might have done that wrong. Let me just go back and recount because
To read upon advancement. Yes, you guys also have character advancement.
I think
Also, when you make an action roll with a 0 dot rating,
is there a way to check that?
so that one's not as easy. That one would be. Let's see.
I think you actually did get one of those.
I think the only way you can see from the chat if you would be looking for any time you roll 2 dice and then comparing that with your skill list to see if you have 0 dots in that skill. I think
Does it?
Okay.
There's a 0D.
oh,
like-
it does show 0D. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So then yeah.
Okay. So I think I have one in Rowell that happened.
And then the only other thing that's like a one that's everybody will get better at tracking when it happens is your keys. Do you think that you did any of the things that your keys do? Like, do you think that you showcased your character's personality in play at least once for any of your keys?
Um,
I feel like I know that Winter did once with the shaky hands thing for Haunted.
I was haunted,
So,
and I didn't really do anything that was tired.
Yeah.
I feel like I was somewhat vengeful.
so you get, as long as it's, if you hit one of them, you get experience points, and then
Does it go in any category?
so actually it looks like they've changed advancement for any of these can go anywhere. So in base blades, it's tied to the skill that would have earned the experience points, but here they've changed it where you can put them wherever you want. So you can either
Alrighty.
advance your character, which is under the abilities tab. You have another XP track there, or it can go to your skills. Whenever you level up your character, you get a new ability.
Ah. I think I'll put it in insight. Or actually, put it. So I was wondering, when you do a training montage, how much experience do you get out of that? Assuming you get experience.
You get 1 experience point unless your crew has the upgrade to give you 2, which I don't think this crew picked up those upgrades. Let me look at the sheet. They did not. Yeah, so you get 1 experience point for one of your insight, prowess, or resolve tracks, depending on which one you train. And then
I think
later on,
I'll-
the crew can get upgrades to get more.
I think I'll put it in resolve. My character is so embarrassed about his failure to be commanding that he really wants to train up his command skill.
Hell yeah. And then for payment, that is 6 stacks total, not per character. So you guys decide how you split that up. The easiest way, if you just wanted to divide it evenly, would be each of you gets 1 stack, and then you put 2 stacks in the crew vault.
For me.
Yeah.
That works.
yeah. Yep.
Alrighty. Keys. Let me see if you mark a key, regardless of if you earn experience points for it or not. Okay, yeah, so it's once. So in your notes tab, well, I guess, so for that part, Momo, everybody who played pre-gen, do you want to, if you should, you've come back to do another Far Out Friday, do you want to play the pre-gens that you have played today, like carry them forward, or do you want to play a character of your own choosing?
I want to play the same one I'm playing. They got the spoons.
You do have this
You got the spoons. That's true.
Yeah, I would probably keep playing the same pre-gen.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Go ahead and make folders for each of you, and then move those there, and I will make new pre-gens rather than doing what I did before, where I was like, cool, oh, this one's the same one as it was last time. They've come back, guys. I will just make new ones. So that's Winter, Pine, and configure ownership. Alright, so that's Sienna goes into the Momo folder, Silas go into the Winter folder, Hero go into the Pine folder. Do you guys see the folders with your name in the actors tab?
Yes.
And if you open that up, you see your character still?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alright, so yeah, in that case, on your notes tab, however you want to keep track of it, notate that you have whenever you've marked one of your keys. So if you feel like during the session you showcased your character's personality to the point of earning an experience point for it, go ahead and note which key earned the XP. Because once you've marked a key 3 times, things happen.
Rain.
Yep.
Would you say that climbing on top of a train in the middle of a gunfight to go talk to dead things showcases my erraticness, eccentricity?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's your decision at the end of the day. Don't be a weasel about it. Don't just like claim free XP, but at the end of the day, it is your
Yeah.
decision. But yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. Okay. And
How about what was your character's name? Sienna being defiant in consuming alcohol despite Silas telling them not to.
And I mean, nobody told me not to look at the spoons until I'd already started taking the spoons.
incredible.
And you did also follow the lady, like right behind her. She was like, just don't get in my way. And you kind of got in her way. Like, you were helpful, but also, I mean, like, I could see that all being defiant. Yeah. So, yep. Whenever you feel like you have, like I said, marked one of your keys, you feel like you've hit the experience point for it, mark that you have done that for that particular key, because once you have done that 3 times, you take and get. It's special things can happen to it. And Landon,
Is it?
The hull is entirely different. It's like it's memory clocks or something. Whenever you would mark XP, you can take a memory clock instead. Each memory clock is 8 segments. So it's I'll make another folder. I guess I don't need a folder. I can just add another clock to your character folder. And that is configure ownership. Abandon owner. Okay, yeah. So whenever you earn experience points, instead of filling it in your character sheet, you instead fill this clock in that you should now be able to see in your character folder.
In my folder.
Yeah. In the actors tab, where Pop's character
memory.
sheet is. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you've marked XP on your character sheet, transfer all of it instead to that clock.
Okay, so move that resolve into this clock.
Yeah. And when you fill that clock, you
Okay, that's the wrong thing. There
obtain a key, a contact, and a special ability.
we go. Okay.
All right. And then that's all of those. And now you have your playbook specific XP trigger. So let's pull that up. Who's first? The Hound is up first. For the Hound, you earn XP when you address a challenge with talking or determination. Do you feel like you did that, Mine?
I mean, I felt like I had noted down that my use of determination, since that was one of my little word thingies. Just I do think the going, fuck it, I'm gonna go and try and grab this briefcase in the middle of a firefight is fairly determined.
Yeah, I'd agree. So you give yourself 1 experience point for that then. And let's see, the Hall's specific XP trigger. You earn XP when you obey orders or address a challenge with cold simplicity.
Huh. Well, how simple was the door?
Yeah, I think that was pretty simple. Just Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and laser off the hinges.
You also obeyed my order not to blow me up with explosives.
That's also true.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
so
true.
that could be worth 2 XP. Yeah, since it
Good
happened
order.
multiple times.
Yeah, very good. good order.
Alright, who's next on the list? Paranormalist. When you address a challenge with knowledge or paranormal power.
Yeah, I sure did that. I sure did that.
And then Momo, to answer your question, the key is what the word is called. Deadlocking the key is what happens when you trauma out, when you fill up your stress bar all the way, and you acquire a trauma. You basically deadlock one of your character traits. The deadlock word is there to keep track of how many times you have done this, because once you've deadlocked 4 times, your character is no longer fit to be a criminal and must retire. They're
Do
too
I
full of
not
trauma.
click Defiant then?
Yeah, you just
Are we-
on your character sheet, you just note, hey, I was defiant today, because once you've marked XP for a key 3 times, you can basically choose to deadlock it whenever you want to do some cool things.
Right,
But-
question.
Yeah.
But
Sorry. What's up?
it sounds like deadlocking it is not a good thing because it's caused by trauma.
It's not a good thing, but there are moments where you're like, yeah. Because what happens when you choose to intentionally deadlock it after you've marked it 3 times is you get to clear all of your stress and basically choose for your character to go through a moment of evolution in exchange for getting a bunch of that stress resource back. So if you're like in a job that's really hard and you're like, yeah, you know what, my character's, because of this event, my character's going to go from defiant to obey, or whatever the one word inverse of that would be, because being defiant has caused me too many problems, so I'm going to change my character.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we're going to say, fine.
Looking at the thing for Indulge Vice, it says make an attribute roll using your character's lowest attribute rating. What is the attribute?
So for every skill that you have at least 1 dot in, you have a better attribute rating. So in your case,
Got it.
prowess or resolve is your weakest, because you only have 1 skill that has at least 1 dot.
Gotcha. So just roll a die.
Yeah, there should be in the dice roller, there should be an Indulge Vice button.
There it is.
And then make sure you put in your current level of stress, because if you overindulge, i.e. you clear more stress than what you have there, bad things happen to your character.
So I saw.
And then now, let's radical. Momo,
I
you
clear exactly my amount of stress.
good job. You earn XP
Hooray.
when you address a challenge with persuasion or mayhem. Do you feel like you did that, Momo?
I don't know.
You're
Maybe.
incredibly,
I
incredible
did-
amount of mayhem.
I did throw things, literally throw plates and stuff.
That's true. You did. You also ignited some bullets instead of like doing. So it feels kind of chaotic, like lighting bullets up.
Yeah, that's pretty chaotic.
So you give yourself an XP for that. And then now the veteran, all the way at the bottom. When you address a
Where do we mark
challenge with,
XP? I'm so lost. Sorry.
you mark XP wherever you want. There's the little check boxes on the right of Insight, Prowess, and Resolve. There's also the little box when you're on the Abilities tab, all the way on the right. So you can mark it on any of those tracks, and once you fill it up, you either get a new skill or a new ability, depending on which track is filled up.
Okay.
And when you play a veteran, you earn XP when you address a challenge with violence or discipline. So, Winter, how do you feel about that? Do you think you did that?
Do I have to add up every time I used violence or discipline, or is it just like +1 for
If
doing?
you do it at all, it's 1. If you do it a whole bunch, it's 2.
Seems like it'd probably be a 2.
think
I
so,
did
yeah.
decapitate a hull and then shoot someone and then threaten a lot of people.
You did do that.
You did a lot of that.
You did great.
It was a good job.
I did a lot of violence.
You did do a lot of violence. Alright, and so that is all of the advancements for characters, crew advancement. Let's see. Let's see. The crew's specific XP trigger for shadows which is what you guys are. When you earn XP when you execute a successful surveillance, heist, subterfuge, or sabotage score.
That was a successful heist, wasn't it? We got the briefcase.
We did get it.
Well,
We did also go to jail.
yeah, I think sadly, the explosion and being captured by the palace and interrogated by them probably means you don't necessarily. Well,
But we
I
did get the money at the
you
end,
did
right?
get paid.
That's
yeah.
true.
So I guess maybe Fellows pull some strings to let you guys off with that whatever's in that
Oh
briefcase.
yeah, he's getting Silas off for sure.
I know my way
Silas,
around
you
fellows.
dog. This is a cool train.
Some machine guns.
Very good.
Okay. So that's. I guess that technically was successful. So we get 1 crew XP there.
Can I get rid of my harm now that I rolled
No.
my thing and indulged my vice? Or
Harm
am I
is
still
separate.
fucked up ever?
So tier 1 harms go away whenever you recover. But the other stuff you have to first. None of you are a doctor. Do any of you know a doctor?
I know a back alley.
veterinarian.
Neither of them are ideal choices, but I know a back alley doctor as well.
Okay, yep. So those are probably going to be equal to your crew. So that's a acquire asset equal to your crew tier.
I
So
know a
that's
surgeon,
tier 0.
and I have a good relationship with him
Oh, you're
or her.
you're okay. Yeah, you're friends with a surgeon and a terrible poet. Okay,
You
They
didn't have
try
to throw
their
the poet
best.
under the bus like
so that is crew tier +1 for the surgeon. Would Sienna have the surgeon come help patch everybody up, or would Sienna only have the surgeon patch themselves?
Sienna would try to get him to patch everyone up.
Okay, so that's
We're drinking buddies.
drinking buddies. All right, that is. Let me scroll back down. Tier 1 doctor. So the surgeon's having a good day. So you'll take and do a fortune roll with 1d6, and you'll get to fill in segments of your healing clock based on the result. And it takes 1 downtime action to recover. So for those of you that had to indulge your vice, you have 1 downtime action left to heal. Or you could spend money equal. You could spend 1 stack per downtime action if you want additional ones.
I want to do a training montage.
Okay, if I got a 4, does that mean I click on all 4 of my little squares?
How cool that would be. Sadly, no.
Damn.
I think 4 is 2. Let me look.
Okay, so I'm halfway to healed.
Yeah. Where's my business?
I guess lucky me that I rolled good, right?
Yeah, 2 segments. So you're halfway healed.
Okay.
Oh,
I
hold
can-
on.
Oh,
Hold on. How
halfway
much?
healed.
No. How much stress do you have? You have 6. So yeah, disregard that and just clear 3 stress.
wait, so I didn't overindulge in faith? Which
Yeah.
is,
So
oh
you
my god, you prayed too hard.
prayed too
I
hard.
prayed too hard.
Too
So
hard.
when you do a vice roll, you can put in your current amount of stress, and what otherwise it tells you, oh, you've overindulged because you cleared any amount of stress. So yeah, in your
Got
case,
it.
you cleared 3 stress.
I would have expected to just pull the stress from my profile without me having to.
Yeah,
that
sadly,
in
sadly it
manually.
doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't. The person who's currently working on this system took it over from a guy who left it unmaintained for like a year or 2. So he's maintaining it, but he's not giving it new fun features at any particular fast pace. Or if he encounters something where he's like, well, in order for me to do this, I'd have to do a whole bunch of code changes, and that's just not something I have time for.
The
Only one of those things embarrassed him.
yeah.
Yeah,
Embarrassed so
how-
badly that he was like psychically injured.
And then I think Landon, for you, you go on program. So you go to your job in order for you to de-stress. So yeah, what's that? We'll take and we'll do those real quick, nice quick scenes because we're almost out of time. Landon. So you go on program at work. And you work for the Ministry of Stability, the one that's all about like new research and things.
What was that last part?
You work for the Ministry of Stability or Ministry of Discovery, right? They're the ones that are new cutting edge technology. So how do you what is your job, and how does Douglas, who's now dead, factor into that?
So there's a couple ways to go about this. One of them that I'm thinking is like, maybe this energy beam thing I can do, maybe it's super experimental. Maybe I report things to Douglas whenever they don't work, and then I go into the ministry for them to make tweaks.
Okay.
Like whatever they really feel like doing.
Okay, and that's what your on program is that they take and basically give you a tune-up to help fix your damage. And every so often, they ask for a status update from Douglas because, you know, you're the robot. You don't exactly know.
Yeah, but it's actually me going by Douglas's house and responding to the email. Douglas is still in there.
Yeah.
He's still in there. I'm just typing on his computer.
Yeah, it's incredible. So yeah, that probably works for that works for a little while of just written correspondence. At some
He gets
point,
a Zoom invite, we're fucked.
yeah, exactly. At some point, they're going to request some type of actual meeting, and then you're going to have to figure out what to do with dead Douglas. But for now, just the written correspondence is fine. So I think that for you, I believe you just clear. I think you just
Like, hey,
clear
fucking
drink.
beam didn't work.
Whatever you go.
This shit sucked.
Let's see. Spend a downtime action to go on program. In this state, you do the work assigned by your controller.
Is that one you have to do?
Yeah. So, yeah, if you for every personal business phase that you skip going on program, you take a suspicion clock, and when it's full, your owning faction will take steps against you. So that's basically eventually they'll get suspicious if you don't come do your like proper check-ins or whatever. So you have 2 downtime actions. Whenever you take a downtime action to recharge, you clear 5 drain, and then so you can clear your 5 of your drain and then go on program, and that's your downtime. If you don't want to go on program, you can do something else, and I'll add that suspicion clock.
Nah, we'll just do that.
Okay.
Let's keep it simple.
And then Silas, you take and how do you indulge in your vice? Do you go confess to?
Do I get rid of my drain?
Yes, clear 5 drain. Do you take and go?
I go and I
confess to
pray away the
perception
gay.
You pray away
Yes.
the gay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not working.
It's not working.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
All right. Momo, you have downtime actions left, I think, unless you've done
Hello?
it quietly.
Do I have to do them?
Your character will not have cool advancement things happen, but you technically, I guess, could just like, skip them. If you're not sure what to do, you can always reduce heat, where you take and describe how you get the cops off your back for the crew.
I think that Sienna would probably
You could also try.
have like a revival of love for cutlery and would go, you know, take some time chilling out, going to flea markets and stuff, just looking for more of those spoons.
So, would you consider that a training montage of like maybe getting better at spotting good spoons?
Yes, attention to detail is increased.
Okay, so that's your first downtime action. What's your second one?
Reduced heat?
Yeah. So how do you take and reduce heat? Maybe you have a friend who's a blue coat, or maybe you take and bully some witnesses, or maybe you do something that makes people like, oh, this criminal's so cool. Surely they can't actually be a criminal. I would never testify
Yeah,
against them.
my character would just like go volunteering, go to a soup kitchen with some spoons that they got the big spoons, you know.
Of course, and you would never steal the big spoons from the soup kitchen.
I surely wouldn't need to, because I'd just be going there volunteering all the time.
Yeah. Okay, so that sounds like consorting, probably. So roll a consort roll, and then we clear heat equal to the result.
Do I which one do I choose? Is it action? Oh, indulge vice? No.
Just do. I guess the easiest thing is to do a fortune roll with 1 die. Because we're just looking for the result. We don't care about position effect. A 1. All right, so
Oh
you clear
man.
1 heat while volunteering at the soup kitchen. And people
Just
are,
look too suspicious, you know. Like,
everybody sees you
holding
staring
those
at the spoon the
spoons.
whole time, and they're like, "Man, it really looks like they want to steal that soup spoon from us poor folks." Strange.
What
Oh well.
kind of monster?
Okay. So that's our downtimes for everybody, I think. Pancake, did you do
I
yours?
feel like I
Spoon
don't
video.
understand what's happening at all with the downtime.
So in between
There's
jobs,
so many words.
your character's
There's so
doing a
many
thing.
words.
So
Yeah.
your character can take and use Siena's doctor to heal if you're hurt. You could take and reduce heat by doing something to make it where the cops are not as interested in sending you guys to prison. You could train, get some more experience points. You could work on a long-term project to do something.
Because I did the one thing to clear my harms, I thought. But then I have a second one, right?
Did you roll to? I don't see.
Because I remember I rolled a 4, and that was really good.
I don't see a roll for you anywhere in here.
Did it? Am I losing my mind?
You might be.
Let me look through.
So you get.
No,
just one
I rolled a
experience-
4
You
to
get 1
heal
experience
myself.
point that you can put an inside prowess, resolve, or your ability track level. You are. So
Okay.
if you roll 1d6, and then you'll heal based on the result.
So I had. Because originally I had drowsy and battered. So then, if I want to clear those, how do we do it?
So you have a tier 1 doctor thanks to Sienna. So you're going to roll
Okay.
1d6, and then you'll fill up the healing track based on what you roll. And then once you fill the healing track up, it reduces your harm.
Okay. 1d6.
A 1. So you take and you fill up 1 segment on your healing clock on your character sheet.
Like, like that.
Yep. And then once you have that filled all the way up, each of your harms all reduce by 1 tier. So all of your tier 3s become 2s, your 2s become 1s, your 1s fall off every time you recover.
Okay, and then the stress. I would like to fix that.
Yeah. So click
That's
on the
bad.
little dice roller, the thing that we use to roll the fortune rolls, set it to indulge vice, and then set the stress level to your current level of stress, which is 8.
And then number of dice I just leave alone, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
All right. So you take and you clear. Oh, that should be 6 stress, because it would have been. Yeah, your lowest attribute is 1, so you'd rolled 1 die. So we'll say you get the better dice roll there, and you clear 6. I
okay.
guess it
So the
should have 2 stress left.
3. Okay, numbers are hard.
All right.
Um,
So how you would take and indulge your advice? What weird shit do you do?
I think I'm basically doing seances. And like anytime that I go and I scam somebody, then any of the people that they mention, I go and I try to talk to all their dead relatives and get all of the gossip. Basically.
I see.
Yeah.
And that's just a fun thing for you. Teehee ghost gossip.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Alright. So that is everything. I think. Let me go grab the stars and wishes thing, and we'll do that, and then we're all done. So that's stars and wishes. I will pin that in the far out, or I'll put that in the far out Friday chat for people that like to read things visually rather than listening to me out. So, stars. At the end of the session, everyone gives some highlights, moments, or techniques that they enjoyed. It can be really flexible, but often include a mixture of appreciation for the GM's prep work, key moments of role play from the other players or ways the plot twisted, or memorable scenes and situations. So, what do we have for stars?
I thought it was awesome. It seemed like everybody was able to get up to their own particular brand of shenanigans.
Yeah.
It was really good.
I'm still really curious about the random lady, the tea recipient who turned out to be some kind of terrorist or something. That's an interesting twist.
I know.
Hard Eyes Lady. Yes,
Well,
Hard Eyes Lady.
it's too late for her now.
It is really neat to see, like, well, to be amongst like new crew members, because you guys are so much more capable than we have ever been.
What do you mean?
Oh my god! So, Beggy's character was like Black Widow wearing two left shoes. So like Becky would try to do like flip stuff and like crazy like acrobatic things, and like would always roll like a 1 or a 2. And so like it'd go
No.
bad.
It was rough. She knocked herself unconscious once.
Yeah. The only time Johnny ever really rolled high was to convince somebody with like a publisher's clearinghouse check.
Also, no, there was also the Go Fish tournament
There was the Go Fish tournament. Yeah.
Go fish.
with
Okay,
actual
yeah.
the
A
Go
lot
Fish
of-
against actual fishmen.
Our history is a rich tapestry, Pine.
I love it.
Incredible.
I liked you made a lot of really good like pre-gen characters, Rain. They were all very fun. Looking at them, it was hard to pick. The only one I knew that I didn't want to be was a veteran because I refused to support the military.
So valid.
Yeah. I took real world pieces of media that I liked and I made them slightly bladesy. If you're a filthy weeb, you maybe see the Pines characters kind of recognizable.
I'm not a filthy weeb. Who's my character supposed to be?
The lawyer from JJK.
That's Jujutsu Kaisen?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. I only know that because I work at a bookstore.
Let's see my stars. I think that everybody took the pre-gens and did a very good job making them their own. They were immediately, as soon as you guys introduced your characters, you took them in directions that I did not have in my noggin when I was making them. Like making Hero into a criminal accountant. That's pretty cool. I thought he was just like a lawyer in my head. But that's why those give you options, because it makes everybody have some ability to fill things in. Momo playing Sienna as a little weirdo who's like, yeah, what? Yeah, bombs? I like bombs. Does these how explosion proof are these things? Like on a scale of 1 to 10. That was very funny. The soldier having his wonderful gay romance, not in my noggin. That was fun.
Yeah, who threw that out there? I just was like, yeah, that's a good idea. I can go with that.
I did.
Pancake or pine? Yeah.
Thank you.
It was me.
That was a good one.
It's very funny. Alrighty. Yeah, good stars. And in wishes, Everyone gives some wishes, which were things they weren't too keen on or things they'd like to see more of. This can be a bit blurry if this is like a quote unquote one shot for you, like you're not going to come back. But if you are, it can be requests for more of some things. Like I'd like to see more of Hard Eyes Lady, rules that didn't quite flow or sit right. Sometimes even rulings, or structural requests. I'd like to see more explosions, less explosions, more spoons, less spoons, more weird demon monsters, less trains.
Or spoons.
Yeah, so what do we got
Yeah,
for wishes?
you already said it. I don't
More
really
more
have
weird heart
anything.
tea lady. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like anything I would say is something that I'm already just like, yeah, I feel like it'd be or it would be interesting to do something that's like not in such a confined space as like a train, but like you're already gonna probably
Yeah,
do
I will
that. You're not
say,
gonna put all of them on a train.
yeah, I will say this is the first time we've really been in an enclosed space. From Old Blades, this one. So this was a bit of a shock for me.
You can find Landon. He needs to
did.
roam
Yeah,
free.
was not used to that. I was like, oh shit, okay, I've never had pop pop in a small area before, and kind of requires a wide berth.
Yeah,
A lot of the dumb shit he does.
not. Yeah, you're not quite a bullet train. Looks at camera.
Yeah. I
Yeah, looks
do
at
I do
camera.
I do hope one day I'll be able to climb out of a location and stay out of that location for more than 3 seconds.
I mean, difficult on a train, you know. There's only so many out of the
It's,
location you can be.
it's
Right.
true. It's true.
Yeah, let's see. Any other? So we've got more from Momo with a little cute emoji. Kimono Peak. Any other wishes?
From Kimono Tea Time, which I haven't played, but that is one of my most used emotes.
It's a good one.
Or at least too depressing for Momo to actually play. So.
That's it. I'm gonna play it.
I'm calling it now. Where there's gonna be a spaghetti festival.
Yeah, with you and your friends with their pasta strainers.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, this is related to emojis. That pink one, I use the blue one all the time.
Oh, wow.
Crazy.
That's true. Landon does
The
use that one all the
crossover.
time.
Oh, they're out of sync.
Wow. They are out of sync. That's crazy.
Weird.
Yeah, let's see. For me, I need to get. I need some more music. I don't exactly have a ton of 60s stuff, so I need to dig through and either find more or just dig through my stuff again and with a second pass of like, yeah, this one's good enough. That's my big thing. All right. Let's see.
You did great at handling my bullshit as always, Rain.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, this was really
Stars
fun.
to Rain for dealing with whatever this was.
Yeah. We said some crazy shit, and you really were just like, okay.
Kept it on the rails, except
Yeah.
at
So
the
they-
end when it
Yeah, I was gonna
literally derailed.
Let's see.
I
Post-credit
have to
scene.
ask, what would have happened if I didn't?
If you didn't what?
What if, okay, when I was like on the in between the train pieces, what if I had fallen? What if I had like tripped worse? And I
Oh.
didn't have the.
Probably bad. I mean, one guy got turned into ground meat by the train tracks.
Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, so you could have. What probably would have. So, as a real answer, what probably would have happened is you would have said, "I'm going to spend stress to resist a tier 4 consequence of death," and then you would have done that, and then just been real stressed out, or potentially picked up a deadlock in exchange for not dying, because you can resist anything that I tell you. Any bad thing that happens, you can go, "No, I'm going to resist that," and you can. Like if I say that your character takes and has been invited back to role play as being the scary commander. Technically speaking, you can resist that. You just cost stress to do it. So you can resist things that aren't just physical harm. You can also resist complications.
Can players become ghosts
Yes,
and continue playing?
yes, and vampires. And
Interesting.
there's several like post-death things. So let's see, post-credit scene. So you guys are there, and I think you get let off with a warning, so to speak. Maybe some of you less warned than others. And you go back to the doghouse, which is the I don't think we changed the name. I think we've kept it the doghouse for now anyway. The base of operations for this crew. And there's this big conversation pit from like in the 60s in the doghouse that you guys probably go sit in and unwind, have some drinks, do whatever, get your money. And you guys are there in that conversation pit, and then the camera takes and the someone turns on the disco ball. It blinds the camera for a moment, and then as the camera gets adjusted to the new light level, we are still at a conversation pit, but it's a different one. This one is much more luxurious. The pillows are covered in silk, and lots of silk, everything nice and velvets, stuff like that, and a woman takes and with a heart glasses and a big fur coat takes and kind of collapses into the conversation pit. Cracks open a bottle of wine, pours it, and then a voice off screen says, "So did you get it?" And she takes and pulls out from under her coat a briefcase and tosses it off screen and says, "Oh, of course I did. That's why I'm the best there is." And the camera fades to black and the credits start to roll.
Ooh.
Get her ass. Get her ass.
We got a killer.
It's
Glad
true.
you said that.
I wonder, can I summon a demon someday and possess her and then send her spirit to the tortured dimension instead?
Man. Hey, Pine, remember that cool idea you had about swapping out documents?
Yes, I do, Rain.
Hmm.
Yes, I do.
How unfortunate that maybe it sounds like the Dust Barons have gotten the wrong information that you handed to them. Sucks, doesn't it? But oh well. What can you do?
I cannot give Rain ideas next time.
All right. So yeah, that's it. That's our session.
Yay.
I hope you guys had
It's
a
fun.
good time. This will be, if you want to relive any of this, it'll be on YouTube sometime tomorrow, probably on the Stormcloud Archive channel. I'll post about it in the Discord when it's uploaded.